We are weather alert today as heavy rain and very strong winds move into the region. I've got an updated look at exactly when that rain arrived and how you can prepare in a couple of minutes.
Governor Wes Moore unveiling his juvenile crime policy today. Why some are voicing concern as Maryland gears up for the upcoming legislative session. And there are more questions about Baltimore's multi-million-dollar bike lane plan, the concerns surrounding the plan, and why some argue the city is falling short in its background search.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are taking a live look over the Inner Harbor here this morning at our traffic cameras and, of course, our Weather Authority HD radar. As we are weather alert here this morning, we are tracking heavy rain with the potential for flooding and strong wind gusts here today. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us on this Tuesday, January 9th. I'm Megan Gilland. We want to get right over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. Again, weather alert day. Amy, how's the timing looking?
Yeah, it's going to arrive later this morning. I think the worst of the impacts will be felt this afternoon and this evening. So right now is the time to prepare. We've got a couple of watches, warnings, advisories to let you know about. I'm going to start you off with our flood watch this morning. So that's all the green you see here on the map. We're tracking the potential for very heavy rain this afternoon, 1 to 3 inches, and that could lead to some flooding, especially in low-lying areas, also near streams and creeks. Anything that is high right now, be prepared for some flooding near that. I think the worst will be seen right along the bay where the water is shoved up against the shoreline. We've also got some strong winds on the way. We've got a wind warning out for that area in that darker tan there. That's all the areas right along the bay. That area could see wind gusts as high as 60 miles per hour. Everybody else included in a wind advisory. So that's where we'll see wind gusts as high as 50 miles an hour. So here's what this all means for your morning drive. We're starting off dry, but that's going to change. I think rain arrives by the tail end of your morning commute. And at that point, we're going to be tracking some soggy conditions that will take us through midday, wet and windy by lunchtime with temperatures in the mid-40s. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I will walk you through the timeline for this weather maker hour by hour and let you know exactly when it's going to get out of here. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. We know the Annapolis Office of Emergency Management is sending out this notice here, telling people to be alert for flooding. As Amy was mentioning there, right along the coast, the office will be offering sandbags starting at 7 o'clock this morning to any residents concerned about flood water in their homes. Several area school systems will be dismissing early. Harford and Cecil counties will be closing 3 hours early today, and Anne Arundel County will be closing 2 hours early. Make sure you stay up to date on any school closures at foxbaltimore.com. Well, now to our Len Stoller traffic network here this morning. As we look around the region, pretty quiet out there right now. We've got dry conditions here at this hour with no issues to report. Enjoy it while it lasts. Well, we do have continuing coverage now this morning as the calendar turns to 2024. There is a storm brewing in Annapolis as parents and prosecutors demand change to the state's juvenile justice laws. We are learning the first homicide victim this year in Baltimore is a 16-year-old boy, and now his mother is channeling her grief into a fight for justice.
Nothing I talk about, not gonna bring my son back. I'm not gonna see that pretty smile. I'm not gonna see that again.
In just about 30 minutes, Taylor Stewart will have more on the message the mother is sending to the Department of Juvenile Services. Meantime, today, Governor Wes Moore will unveil his juvenile crime policy. This as lawmakers will return to Annapolis for this year's legislative session on Wednesday. Juvenile crime is expected to be a central focus, as we've heard from police and prosecutors saying the laws in place are leaving their hands tied. Some are concerned about the governor's support of DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi.
We can only hope that they'll not listen to just folks like me or my 23 colleagues across the state or the chief prosecutors in our counties, but hopefully they'll listen to their citizens, because their citizens are saying the exact same thing. Enough's enough.
Shannon Lilly will join us live in 30 minutes with a closer look at the governor's juvenile crime plan. And remember, Fox 45 News is holding a Your Voice, Your Future town hall. It's happening Wednesday night at 7. It is on juvenile crime. Top prosecutors, including Ivan Bates, Aisha Braveboy, Scott Schellenberger, and Rich Gibson will join us to discuss their legislative priorities for session 2024. Again, that is this Wednesday at 7 p.m. You can watch it live on FOX45.com. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost will be in Annapolis meantime covering this year's legislative session over the next 3 months. You can keep up with our coverage on air and online at FOXBaltimore.com. And this morning, we start our State House Spotlight series. Delegate Kathy Schlega and Senator Jill Carter will join us live at 7:15 to talk about the start of the session, plus their thoughts on the juvenile crime bills. Continuing coverage now on the bike lane plan in Baltimore. There are more questions about the plan as engineers and residents argue the city is falling short in its background research.
It gives all the appearances that it's just being jammed through because of a few very diligent and very strong supporters of bicycles.
If we are basing millions of dollars on a plan that is supposed to be moving forward into communities, we need to have that data readily available and available to the council people.
Well, the Baltimore's Bike Lane Initiative comes with a price tag of about $73 million. There's also frustration over bike lanes in Baltimore County. The County Planning Commission is deciding whether to add 70 miles of new bike lanes, including between York Road and Charles Street in Towson. Some residents say that would be a problem area because of the high traffic.
Would you ride a bike on this road?
Nah, I won't even let my kids ride a bike.
As a resident, I just don't know how much use actual bikers would get out of them. I think you need to get the data first from the bikers and say, are you using these roads? You know, is this the route you would even take?
The Planning Commission is set to vote on that proposal later this month. Developing now this morning, Baltimore police have charged 30-year-old Jamal Artis with attempted murder following a New Year's Day shooting in a Baltimore parking garage. This happened along Guilford Avenue downtown. Police say Artis shot a 22-year-old woman multiple times. She was sent to the hospital. Artis faces 3 charges and is currently being held at Central Booking. The Maryland Attorney General's office is investigating a deadly use of force incident that happened October 29th. Anne Arundel County Police releasing body cam footage that shows an officer chasing and tasing 21-year-old Tavon Coleman after Coleman hit another officer trying to detain him. We want to warn you, some of the footage may be disturbing.
Stop rotating you! Get down! Get your hands behind your back down!
According to police, they were searching Coleman's car for drugs and guns when Coleman hit an officer and tried to escape. Officers say Coleman hit his head on the ground when he was tased. He died nearly 2 months later as a result of that head injury. A hotel explosion leaves nearly 24 people injured. What authorities believe caused that explosion. And we are weather alert here today due to heavy rain and potential flooding. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking when we could start to dry out. It is 4:38 on Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning.
4:40 on this Weather Alert Tuesday. As we prepare for today's storm, heavy rain and strong winds will be our two top concerns. Here's a couple of things you could do actually this morning before the storm arrives. Make sure you check out your sump pump, make sure that's working. Clear storm drains, charge your cell phones in case you end up losing power tonight. And then also make sure you locate your flashlights and know where they are just in case you lose power and the lights go out. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I will walk you through the updated timeline for this storm hour by hour and let you know exactly how much rain we're expecting and how strong the winds are going to gust. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Making headlines this morning. 21 people are injured, one in critical condition after an explosion at a historic hotel in Fort Worth, Texas. Check this out here. Debris just littering the streets as the blast sent doors and entire sections of wall into the road there. Rescue crews found people trapped in the basement of the hotel. Authorities believe a gas leak caused the explosion, and they say that the hotel had been undergoing construction. Officials evacuated people in surrounding buildings. Federal investigators are working to determine the exact cause of that explosion.
Some passionate parents want you to speak up about accidental overdoses. If you haven't had that conversation, they're asking you to do it for Jack. I'm Liz Bonus. We'll explain just ahead.
And get hyped for the upcoming baseball season, how you can meet your favorite Orioles players, coaches, and the Oriole Bird ahead of spring training. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat this morning on the National Desk. More money, more problems. That's what lawmakers say will happen if Congress agrees with the administration's push for more border funding. We're talking to the former acting commissioner of Border Protection this morning on the National Desk. America's News now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. A health watch for you this morning, and a warning from parents who say one pill at a party may be all it takes to lose a child to overdose. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares what's behind a new effort called Do It for Jack.
Hey there, hello to you. Two passionate parents speaking out today about losses due to accidental overdoses. One has now launched a campaign asking you to talk to a younger child or family member about how these can happen. And if you haven't done or haven't had this conversation yet, they're asking you to do it for Jack.
Jack died with his friend. They were out, and I cannot get into his phone, which is maddening. And they were out one night, and nobody could find him. And his other friend, they were both fraternity brothers from South Carolina. He was living in Baltimore, and they found him on his rooftops.
It was likely pills laced with fentanyl taken at a party that led to Stephanie Quell's son Jack's death.
So to me, I try to piece together what happened, and I don't know. They made a costly decision, and they both died because of it.
Now, Do It for Jack is a partnership of volunteers and parents trying to make sure that as fentanyl and other drugs come into our country, no other families will lose those they love. Mark Murphy visited the Arizona border with our news team last spring after losing his daughter Lizzie in the same way.
Lizzie took what she thought was a Xanax, and it was cut with fentanyl, and it killed her instantly.
Now, the team for Do It for Jack goes to classrooms and youth events to raise awareness that if an accidental overdose could happen to Jack or Lizzie, it can happen to anyone.
Now, what's shocking to me is how many people, parents and educators, are unaware of this fentanyl crisis.
After he died, our whole world was rocked, and I didn't understand what had happened. I didn't know anything about fentanyl, and I just decided we needed to start a foundation and start educating to make a difference, to save somebody else's Jack or Lizzie. So that's what we're on a mission to do.
If you'd like more information about this campaign, or you've lost a loved one this same way, Stephanie and Mark invite you to reach out. You can search the hashtag #DoItForJack. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
All right, Liz, thank you. The Birdland Caravan is returning later this month. Fans will have the chance to meet players and coaches as excitement builds for the upcoming season. And the tour runs from January 25th to the 27th and will make stops in 14 different cities across the state. In our area, the tour will stop in Baltimore City, Catonsville, Columbia, Havre de Grace, and Timonium. More information on the schedule is available on the Orioles website. Just search Birdland Caravan. All right, it is 4:48 here, and the talk of the town. We are weather alert today. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at our forecast, timing out the rain moving in.
Lots of rain, lots of winds, lots of things to prepare for. Actually, this could be similar to what we saw back in 2021 on Halloween. So if you experience flooding then, I would take extra precautions today because it looks like a similar setup. Dark and early this morning, it's the quiet and the calm before the storm system, before this weather maker arrives. No rain falling just yet. We're currently hanging out above freezing at 38 degrees, so it will all move in as rain for us. We are tracking heavy rain throughout the day today, and that could lead to some significant flooding, especially in low-lying areas and especially along the bay where all the water is going to get shoved up there. We're also tracking the potential for some very strong winds. We could see winds as high as 50, 60 miles per hour as this weather maker rushes through. And here's a look at where it is. It's a beast of a system. It extends from the Gulf Coast all the way up into the Midwest. We've got severe weather on the southern side of things. We've got snow on the northern side of things, and we're right in the middle. So we're going to see some heavy rain push our way, along with some very strong winds too, especially as the system pulls out of here later this evening. Let's talk timing. I think the first rain showers arrive between 7 and 8 a.m., so right smack in the middle of your morning drive. The heaviest rain will hold off until this afternoon, so we'll just start off with some steady light rain. But then you'll notice it increases in coverage and intensity here. That's the yellows you're seeing on the future scan, some moderate rain at times. And then it's after 4 o'clock, I think closer to 7, 8 o'clock tonight, that we see this heavy stuff roll through. So that's the main line here. Some very heavy rain coming through as darkness settles in at that point. So that can make flooding even more dangerous. Showers will continue through about 10, 11 o'clock tonight, and it all wraps out of here by midnight. After that, we'll start the drying process, and I think tomorrow morning at this time looks much drier with just a couple of leftover showers. Now let's talk about how much rain we're expecting. It's a lot. You'll notice these numbers climb. I think a solid 1 to 3 inches across much of our region. Some isolated spots could pick up closer to 4 inches. And then we've got the winds on our hands too. You'll notice winds are coming in from the easterly direction here. These numbers increasing throughout the day. Strongest winds coming tonight I think these forecast model here, this one's a little low in its predictions. I think we could see gusts as high as 40, 50 miles an hour. If you're right along the bay there, most likely 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that could bring down some trees and branches. As this system passes, though, you'll notice the winds quickly change from where they're coming from. They come in out of the southwest, and then the numbers decrease. So by tomorrow morning, they should be much more manageable again and back to normal. So for today, not only are we tracking heavy rain throughout the afternoon, winds will be picking up too. Temperatures will stay well above freezing and in the 50s today. Actually, a mild night ahead of us, but it's going to be a very wet one. Plus, we've got the potential for some strong winds, so power outages will be a concern tonight. Because of all of that, we're weather alert through today. Tomorrow, just breezy as the storm system gets out of here. We're dry through Thursday, but then we're tracking another weather maker Friday into Saturday, and this one looks similar. It's also going to come with the potential for some heavy rain and some gusty winds. That will depart early Saturday, and then after that, drying things out for the rest of your holiday weekend. Looks like we could actually end with a couple of snow showers by Monday. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. Out on the roads, pretty quiet start in our Len Stoller traffic network. They are clear. They are dry here for now. Enjoy this while it lasts. No major incidents to report here. Of course, we're going to keep you updated on any slowdowns as they come in, and of course, when the weather starts to change as well. For a check on mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 and Penn Train 403 operating with some delay, running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Out there on light rail, a good start. No delays on time service in both directions. And Metro Subway on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The Secretary of Homeland Security returns to the southern border. The message he's sending to Congress as he's facing an impeachment inquiry. Plus, we are weather alert this morning. Still ahead, how you can prepare for the potential flooding that could impact our area. It's 4:52 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Taking a live look over the Inner Harbor here, our traffic cameras and our HD Weather Authority radar as we are weather alert this morning. We are tracking heavy rain with the potential for flooding and strong wind gusts here today. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with how you can prepare for flooding in your area today. In your election 2024 coverage, according to The Hill, President Joe Biden's re-election campaign brought in more than $1 million in online donations in the wake of his speech commemorating the anniversary of the Capitol riot. During remarks this weekend, the president focused on what he says is a threat posed by former President Trump during this year's election.
Political violence is never, ever acceptable in the United States political system. Never, never, never. It has no place in a democracy, none.
This comes as Trump's legal team is filing to have election interference charges against him thrown out. His lawyers argue that Trump was still president when he allegedly undermined the election results in Georgia and therefore has immunity. The claims are similar to those argued in Trump's federal case surrounding his involvement in the Capitol riots. Well, the Secretary of Homeland Security back at the border as he faces an impeachment inquiry this week. Republicans say Alejandro Mayorkas is failing to enforce the nation's immigration laws. Jordan Elder from our Sinclair sister station in San Antonio brings us the update from his visit.
These agents and officers managed through it all as they always do. They processed the migrants into immigration enforcement proceedings in an orderly way. They returned and removed those who have no claim for relief or legal basis to remain. They rescued migrants in distress, and they overcame unfortunate obstacles along the way. They are to be recognized and commended, and that is why I am here today.
Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas in Eagle Pass Monday getting a first-hand look at the border situation. It follows a visit from 64 House Republicans last week.
America is at a breaking point with record levels of illegal immigration, and today we got a first-hand look at the damage and the chaos the border catastrophe is causing in all of our communities.
In December, illegal migrant encounters at the southern border broke records. We watched as thousands of migrants sat in Eagle Pass waiting to be transported and processed. Republican lawmakers say it's impacting every other state now, too.
It's good for them to come down, but I hope that what they take is not something that they add to a political narrative.
Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar represents a large section of the border and says it'll take efforts on both sides of the aisle to get the situation under control.
Well, that was Jordan Elder there reporting. Maryland Congressman Andy Harris was among the group of lawmakers who traveled to the southern border last week. After his visit, he spoke with us here on Fox 45 Morning News about the changes he wants to see.
In the Del Rio sector where I visited, one day at the end of the year, they had 6,000 people enter at just that point. When they do that, they pulled 140 Border Patrol agents from the 240-mile wide Del Rio sector just to process paperwork, leaving 240 miles unprotected. This is ridiculous. We have to seal off our southern border, and we have to do it as soon as we can.
Well, Congressman Harris and other Republicans want immigration laws strengthened before approving any funding.
We are weather alert today as heavy rain and very strong winds move into our region. I've got an updated look at the timeline of this weather maker in a couple of minutes.
As Amy said, strong winds and rain could bring flooding to the region. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll tell you how several counties are preparing.
Governor Westmore is set to unveil his public safety plan for the new year. Coming up, we'll take a look at some of the biggest issues you want addressed.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are taking a live look over the Inner Harbor, traffic cameras, and our HD radar as we are weather alert this morning, tracking heavy rain with potential for flooding and some strong winds.
Well, good morning to all of you on this Tuesday, January 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. This morning we have live team coverage to keep you weather alert.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live with how you can prepare for flooding in your area.
We want to begin with meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's going to look at the forecast today, the timing it all out, and just how much rain we're expecting.
Yeah, a lot of rain, plus the ground is already pretty saturated, so that's setting us up for that flooding potential. Right now, you'll notice all this weather is well west of here. We can see some snow showers just now reaching extreme western parts of Maryland and Garrett County. But for us, we are dry at the moment. But see all that green overhead? That's a flood watch in place. What you can't see is that we've also got a wind advisory and a wind warning. So we've got a lot going on today as this weather maker moves in from the west. So there you go. It's in motion there, and you can see it's creeping in slowly and will arrive here this morning. So as you head out to the bus stop, I would throw a rain jacket on. By that time, I think we will see some showers starting with temperatures in the upper 30s. Lunchtime, recess today, all going to be inside for sure. At that point, we are tracking very soggy conditions. I think the worst of the rain and the winds will pick up around 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon and take us through this evening. So be prepared for that at pickup time. You're going to want to use extreme caution commuting home from work and school today with temperatures in the 50s at that point. Now we're actually going to head out and about with Olivia Dance, who's monitoring the elements and helping you get prepared for what's coming today.
Yeah, well, good morning, Amy. The Annapolis Office of Emergency Management is monitoring this storm, and they're actually going to be handing out sandbags to residents and business owners starting at 7 this morning right here along Dock Street. If you can see, this area is very close to the water, right on the water, so it could see a lot of flooding from the storm. I also spoke with the Anne Arundel County Office of Emergency Management about their preparations for the storm. Take a listen.
We saw like 2 years ago, we had a peak coastal flooding event where we saw about 4.9 feet of water, and it was pretty damaging. And we're looking to probably see about something similar. So we are concerned, but we are upstaffing and coordinating to be able to help our residents kind of prepare for it in advance, but then also obviously the staffing and resources are available to help respond if people are out on the roads.
Now, peak flooding is forecasted for around 3 tomorrow morning, but the department is upstaffing, as you heard, to ensure they have crews ready to respond quickly. The preparations aren't just happening in Anne Arundel County, but Howard County is also preparing for this storm, especially in areas like historic Ellicott City, which we know has had 3 devastating floods in recent years, the most recent back in 2018. Howard County Executive Calvin Ball says the county now has 2 flood ponds that can hold 7.5 million gallons of water during weather events. The county also clears out debris to prevent flooding.
We're working very closely with our Office of Emergency Management and our Department of Public Works. While we're not putting out sandbags, we have been working on flood proofing certain areas and, like I said, clearing out the debris. And frankly, we often, when there is a significant weather event, have an all hands on deck approach.
Now, not only is flooding a concern, but this storm could also bring high winds. So both counties say that they are preparing for any impacts that those high winds could have. For now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Several area school systems will be dismissing early today because of the storm. Anne Arundel County will be closing 2 hours early. There will be no after-school activities in Baltimore County. Cecil and Calvert counties will close 3 hours early. Garrett County will have a virtual learning day. Harford and Howard counties will also close 3 hours early. You can see all of the early closures scrolling right there at the bottom of your screen and at foxbaltimore.com.
5:04 now. We want to get a quick check of your Lens Solar traffic network here, and looking around these cameras on the Beltway, no big issues. The only marker we do have now is that 83 just north of the outer loop, right near Timonium. There's a marker that says there's a collision, but the cameras aren't showing anything. It's not causing any delays. Continuing our coverage this morning, the 446th session of the General Assembly kicks off tomorrow. Juvenile crime expected to be one of the major topics this year.
This comes as we are learning that the first homicide victim this year in Baltimore is a 16-year-old boy. And now his mother is channeling her grief into a fight for justice.
Nothing I talk about not going to bring my son back. I'm not going to see that pretty smile. I'm not going to see that again.
We have live team coverage this morning on the juvenile crime crisis, including the investigation into the 16-year-old's death.
Now, today, Governor Wes Moore will be unveiling his juvenile crime policy. Juvenile crime expected to be a central focus inside the legislature, as we hear from police and prosecutors saying that the laws in place are leaving their hands tied.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with the concerns that some have about the governor's support of the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, Vincent Schiraldi. Shannon.
Yeah, so we know, Patrice and Tom, that there is certainly mounting pressure from the community on both the governor and Secretary Schiraldi when it comes to that juvenile crime. Many want to see policy change. They want to see young people held accountable for their actions. And in just a few hours, we'll find out exactly what plans the governor has in store for this upcoming year. So we're going to pull up some information here on your screen for this press conference happening a little bit later on today. It's at the State House in Annapolis at 11 a.m. Governor Moore is expected to roll out his plan to address juvenile crime and public safety statewide in the new year. This ahead of the legislative session, which begins tomorrow. Now, DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi will be standing with the governor today, and Schiraldi continues to face that criticism over the growing issue of juvenile crime in Maryland and a sense of little to no accountability. That frustration was on full display during a late December town hall here in Baltimore City. Take a listen.
I think there's a lot more accountability he needs to answer to.
Do you think that he understands the problem that is going on?
No, he doesn't. And he doesn't have to understand because it doesn't affect him directly. It's a paycheck to him.
What do you want to hear from the secretary about what's going on?
His resignation. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but I just don't think he gets it.
We needed to get a reformer, a person with a history of reforming systems inside of that seat.
So as you just heard, despite the criticism, the governor is standing firm and strong behind his pick to lead DJS, Secretary Schiraldi. And once again, we're going to be monitoring this press conference happening in just a few hours, and we'll soon find out what's in store for the new year in terms of public safety. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
And that brings us to our question of the day. If lawmakers don't change the juvenile crime laws, should they be recalled? So far, 98% of people who voted say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
We are learning Baltimore's first homicide victim of the year, just 16 years old. This morning, the teen's mother speaking exclusively with Fox 45 News about the city's juvenile crime crisis.
Taylor Stewart joins us live in studio now with more on the investigation. Taylor.
That's right. Baltimore police are investigating their first murder of the year. Noah Gibson, just 16 years old, was shot and killed over the holiday break. Now, we spoke to the Carver vocational student's mother, Chantrice Gibson. Now, investigators say officers found Noah shot in an alley on Gorman Avenue near West Baltimore Street. This was after responding to a shot spotter alert around 2 a.m. January 2nd. This was in a neighbor's back alley. The camera picked up those shots. About a half dozen gunshots rang out. Take a listen.
My main thing is why. When children are doing something wrong, you don't have to pull out a gun. You know, there's other ways of handling situations instead of handling it how way that you feel like you want to handle it.
Now, Chantrice Gibson says her son was not perfect. He'd been under the supervision of the Department of Juvenile Services, but still, Noah deserves justice. Gibson says as investigators look for the shooter, she's encouraging people to come forward. If you have any information that can help homicide detectives, go ahead and call that number there at the bottom of your screen. In the meantime, we'll be closely monitoring the upcoming debates from the state capitol on juvenile crime as the city loses yet another young life. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
A top priority this upcoming legislative session will be the state budget, what the Baltimore County Executive is asking for the county.
There are more questions about Baltimore's multi-million-dollar bike lane plan, the concerns surrounding the plan, and why some argue the city is falling short in its research.
And we are looking at a high wind warning for areas along the bay today. Everybody else included in a wind advisory. I'll explain exactly what this means for us in just a couple of minutes. It's 5:09. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:12 on this Weather Alert Tuesday. We are tracking a very powerful storm moving into the region. Here's what you need to know for the rest of the day. Break out the rain jackets, the umbrellas. We are tracking very soggy conditions starting around daybreak. I think 7, 8 a.m. the rain moves in and then it doesn't really let up. Expect it to rain all day long with the worst conditions coming later this afternoon, starting around 4 o'clock and taking us through about 10 o'clock tonight. That's when we're tracking the heaviest rain and the strongest winds. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll walk you through the storm hour by hour, let you know exactly how much rain we're expecting in your neighborhoods and how you can prepare before the storm arrives later this morning. Back to you.
Well, that storm system Amy's mentioning wreaking havoc up and down the East Coast here today. We're taking you live to the areas being impacted right now. It's 5:13 on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
.15, and as the legislative session begins tomorrow, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski releasing his legislative wish list. He says he hopes state lawmakers will secure funds for community projects, modernize infrastructure around the state, and support public safety. Olszewski recently took over as the head of Maryland Association of Counties. He says the role will better allow him to communicate with state lawmakers.
5:16, and we are weather alert today. A slow-moving January storm is set to hit the East Coast today.
Megan Gillen is in our live center now, breaking down the impacts for thousands of Americans in the storm's path. Megan.
Yeah, a lot being impacted here today, guys. Check this out here. This just coming in from the National Weather Service, posting this update, and you can see the East Coast here dealing with a lot of weather today. We're seeing forecasted heavy rainfall to the north up here, and then also some severe thunderstorms in the southeast right there. Flooding also could be an issue up and down. This is the same storm system, guys, that is bringing snow, blizzard conditions to the Central Plains, leaving them with whiteout conditions in some areas. In fact, let's go ahead and take you live. This is to Des Moines, Iowa, where you can see a fresh blanket of snow on the ground there. You can still see some flakes falling as we speak. Schools are closed there today as the northern part of the state is under a winter storm warning until 6 p.m. And take a look at this new video coming into our newsroom. This is from New Mexico. You can see intense snow covering the town of Santa Rosa there. This was just taken last night, showing the strength, again, of those powerful winds that whipped through the region as well. They had a lot of issues out there. Some of the largest reported snow totals as of last night, topping 13 inches in parts of Nebraska. And guys, the storm is not over yet. It is expected to bring up of 10 inches of snow and possibly whiteout condition to parts of Michigan today. Not to mention, as we said earlier, the winds, those winds already knocking out power to more than 22,000 people in the greater Houston area. And according to the National Weather Service, at least 2 tornadoes were detected yesterday north of Houston. Some states already preparing for the storm to hit here as now it makes its way to the East Coast. New Jersey's governor issuing a disaster declaration yesterday, and several schools in Virginia and Maryland are set to close early. In fact, take a look at the list here, updated. Anne Arundel will be closing 2 hours early, and there will be no after-school activities in Baltimore County. Cecil and Calvert counties will be closing 3 hours early. Garrett County is going to have a virtual learning day today. Harford and Howard counties, they are closing 3 hours early. Also, St. Mary's County closing 2 hours early. You can see all of these early closures scrolling at the bottom of your screen and at foxbaltimore.com. We want to bring in now meteorologist Amy Aronson. She is timing out this weather alert day and when we can expect the greatest impacts right here. Amy.
Yeah, I think it's smart. Schools are closing early because we are expecting the worst impacts to get started around 3-4 o'clock this afternoon. And here's a look at what we're talking about. We're tracking the potential for 1 to 3 inches of heavy rainfall. That could lead to some flooding, not only in low-lying areas and along the shoreline, but also near rivers and streams. High wind gusts too, 50 to 60 miles per hour in some locations. That's going to lead to power outages and also some downed trees and branches. We're going to have to be prepared for that. Dark and early this morning, it's the calm before this storm arrives, so you still have time to prepare. We're starting off in the upper 30s, well above freezing, and that's why it will be an all rainmaker for us here in the Baltimore area. Wind's not too bad at the moment, but that number is going to ramp up as this beast of a storm moves in from the west. So as it pushes in, snow will be the case in extreme western Maryland, so in Garrett County. But for us, it's going to be a rainmaker with that mild air surging in from the south. I think by 10 a.m., we're already in the thick of it. We've got soggy conditions at that point, rain ongoing through midday. Here comes the worst of it, 3-4 o'clock. That's when we get the real heavy rain coming in from west to east with the passage of the actual storm system, and then the strongest winds too. Stopping the clock at 8 o'clock, we get this line of soaking rain, very strong winds before this storm system clears out of here closer to 11 o'clock tonight. Overnight, it gets out of here, and after that, we'll start the drying process, turning breezy for your Wednesday, but also much drier. So here's a look at the threats we're tracking today. Number 1, very, very strong winds, especially along the shoreline. That's where the strongest winds will be seen today. That could lead to the power outages. Heavy rainfall will also be a concern. That could lead to some flooding. Right now, it looks like the severe weather threat for us locally looks pretty minimal. I think the main concerns today, heavy rain and very strong winds. And then we're going to repeat this whole process come Friday. So I do want to give you a preview of what to expect Friday now. Doesn't this look familiar? Another storm system is going to race in from the same direction. This one's also going to send us the potential for some rain and some gusty winds as we head throughout Friday afternoon, Friday evening. This system should rush out of here just in time for the rest of the weekend. So plan on more rain Friday with temperatures in the upper 40s. I think the showers with that should wrap up early Saturday. And it looks like the weekend will end on a drier note, but a colder note too, with temperatures back in the upper 30s come Sunday. So we've got a lot happening in this 7-day forecast. First of all, we're weather alert today because of the heavy rain, the flood potential, and the threat of very strong winds. Tomorrow, everything calms down. It's going to be breezy and drier. Temperatures back close to 50. We stay dry through Thursday. We've got a chance to catch our breath between weather makers, but then another system comes in Friday into Saturday. Behind that, turning much colder for the holiday on Monday. Remember, you can always use that QR code at the bottom of your 7-day forecast there. To use it, just scan it with your phone. You'll download the FOX45 weather app, and that's great to have on hand, especially for days like today.
All right, well, let's take a look at what's happening on the roads this morning as we look at our Lane Sterler traffic network. And as we look at the cameras around the Baltimore region so far, pretty light volume on the road. That will begin to pick up shortly. No issues, though, to report. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 505 and Camden Train 841 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC right on time for the commute start. Light rail without delay, looking good in both directions off that service, and no delays or issues on Metro. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Maryland Attorney General's office continues investigating a deadly use of force incident. What we're learning through the released body camera footage. 5:22, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning. .25, continuing our coverage this Tuesday morning. The back and forth over Baltimore's proposed council districts continues as City Council President Nick Mosby introduces a measure to limit the mayor's veto power regarding the City Council redistricting maps.
The city charter requires that voters approve a new district map in each election year after a U.S. Census. Mayor Scott vetoed the city council's map proposal in November, instead opting to submit his own proposal to voters.
Well, Mosby says the mayor did not give the council enough time to review the map before submission, and this amendment would allow council more time to review and vote on the mayor's plan in the future.
Mosby released a statement saying he made it clear in November that the system needed an overhaul. He shared his frustration during a city council meeting shortly after the mayor's veto.
The council's map quantitatively was better than the other map. What I will say is it wasn't a different map. We just took a good map and made it a little bit better based off of what we heard from our residents. And it's unfortunate that we stand here today. And for those of you who are not participating, who are not listening, who are not engaged in this process in the way that you should, this is not the way government should operate, period. We shouldn't open up a city council meeting and receive a letter like this. There's been a lot of time, a lot of attention, a lot of work that has been put into doing the right thing for the citizens of Baltimore, and I cannot say that this is good government.
Mosby formally introducing his proposal at yesterday's city council meeting. It would also require the mayor to conduct several public meetings before introducing a district map to the council. If Mosby's amendment is approved, it would go on the ballot in November.
We are weather alert this morning due to heavy rain and potential flooding. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking when we could start to dry out.
Like Patrice said, strong winds and rain could bring flooding to the area. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you how the city of Annapolis is preparing. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
.529, and we are taking a live look over the Inner Harbor. You also see some traffic cameras and our HD radars. We are weather alert this morning, tracking that heavy rain, potential of flooding, and some really strong wind gusts.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. And yeah, the timing of it and also schools letting out early. We've got a list on the bottom ticker there.
Let's get started, though, with meteorologist Amy Aronson and see exactly what is coming our way and the timing of it all, Amy.
Yeah, it's going to be a mess later today. We've got a lot happening, a lot of alerts out. Number one, a flood watch. That's all the green you see here on the map. This is because the ground is already pretty saturated, and we are tracking the potential for 1 to 3 inches of rain on top of that. Rivers and streams are high, so flooding is very likely across our region. Also along the bay, what's going to happen is all that water is going to get shoved up against the shoreline, and we could see some flooding because of that there, too. Not the only alert, though. We've got some wind alerts to let you know about. We've got a high wind warning for the area in that darker tan there right along the shoreline. That's where we'll see winds gusting up to 50, 60 miles per hour. In the lighter tan color, a wind advisory, wind gusts at 40 to 50 miles an hour. So keep all of this in mind as you head out for your morning and your evening commute. I think the worst of it is coming later today for your drive home. Rain will get started between 7 and 8 a.m. this morning, so in a couple of short hours, and then it's going to be rainy for the remainder of the day. So heading out to lunch today, plan on wet and windy conditions at that point with temperatures in the mid-40s. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how your drive home's going to look this evening and when this weather maker will move out of here. Patrice?
All right, Amy, thank you. Let's get over to Olivia Dance now. She is live in Annapolis with how they are preparing for the flooding that could hit the area. Olivia.
You know, Patrice, the Annapolis Office of Emergency Management is monitoring this storm. They're preparing for the storm. They're actually going to start handing out sandbags to residents and business owners starting at 7 this morning right here along Dock Street. You can see just how close this area is to the water. And so that just because of that, they could see potentially a lot of flooding from this storm. Now, I also spoke with the Anne Arundel County Office of Emergency Management about their preparations for the storm. Take a listen to what they said.
Our main concerns are the fact that we already had a little bit of rain, so the ground's already wet and saturated. So adding more water on top of that, it's going to make it easier to flood, higher risk of flash flooding. And then you've also got that will bring down trees and power lines, causing some outages and blockages of the roads.
Now, peak flooding is forecasted for around 3 tomorrow morning, but the department is up staffing to ensure that they have crews ready to respond quickly. A 5-foot tide would be the third highest in Annapolis history since the 1930s, and a tide of 4.8 is expected tomorrow morning. Casey Thomas, who you just heard from the Office of Emergency Management, says they are concerned about coastal flooding, but they are up staffing and coordinating in advance so they have the resources if needed. But not only is flooding a concern, the storm could also bring high winds. So the county says that they are preparing for the impact that any high winds could have. For now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Several area school systems will be dismissing early today because of the storm. Anne Arundel County schools will be closing 2 hours early. There will be no after-school activities in Baltimore County. Cecil and Calvert counties will close 3 hours early. Garrett County will have a virtual learning day. Harford and Howard counties will also close 3 hours early. St. Mary's will close 2 hours early. You can see all these early closures scrolling right at the bottom of your screen and at foxbaltimore.com.
At 5:33, and taking a look at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the area, no issues to report at all around the Baltimore region, basically from Frederick to down the ocean.
Developing this morning, the Maryland Attorney General's office is investigating a deadly use of force incident that happened on October 29th. Anne Arundel County Police releasing body cam footage that shows an officer chasing and tasing 21-year-old Tavon Coleman after Coleman hit another officer who was trying to detain him. We warn you that some of this footage may be disturbing.
Stop rotating you! Get down! Get your hands behind your back down!
According to police, they were searching Coleman's car for drugs and guns when Coleman hit an officer and then tried to escape. Officers say Coleman hit his head on the ground when he was tased. He died nearly 2 months later as a result of that head injury.
Baltimore police have charged 30-year-old Jamar Artist with attempted murder for a New Year's Day shooting in Baltimore parking garage. It happened along Guilford Avenue downtown, where police say the artist shot a 22-year-old woman multiple times. She was sent to the hospital. Artist is now facing 3 charges and is currently being held at Central Booking.
Governor Wes Moore is set to unveil his juvenile crime policy today, while some are voicing concern as Maryland gears up for the upcoming legislative session.
We are weather alert this morning. The flood warnings and wind advisories in place that you need to know about. 5:35, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
Continuing coverage this morning, there are more questions about Baltimore's bike lane plan as engineers and residents argue the city is falling short in its background research.
Now, Baltimore's bike lane initiative comes with a price tag of about $73 million.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with some of the concerns surrounding the plan and its implementation. Shannon.
Well, for many of us, Patrice and Tom, they are a part of our daily lives driving around the city. You see them here on roads like South President Street all the way down and on roads across the city. But now there are questions about the research being used to justify the development of more bike lanes in certain areas. In fact, transportation officials admit they don't know just how many people are actually using these bike lanes.
We did get a grant where we have installed some bike counters in certain locations. Beyond the bike counters, I don't know that we have actual data.
If we are basing millions of dollars on a plan that is supposed to be moving forward into communities, we need to have that data readily available and available to the council people.
Those issues brought up at a recent city council meeting. Meanwhile, look at this. On this stretch of Harford Road, drivers are backed up after the city eliminated 2 lanes of traffic and installed 2 lanes for bikes. Transportation officials insist their redesign of city roads is guided by a master plan approved more than a decade ago. Now, that plan, they say, requires community input, yet some residents insist they never had any.
The people who are being affected and victimized by these decisions, these arbitrary and capricious spending of dollars, seem to have no voice. We've been ghosted by government.
Again, city planners project in 4 more years, bike lanes like these will cost the city close to $73 million. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
5:40, and we are weather alert today because of the potential for very heavy rain and very strong winds. So a couple of things you can do now before the rain even gets started and the storm system arrives. Make sure you check out your sump pump, make sure it's working and ready in case flooding does occur near you. Clear out your storm drains. That would help hopefully prevent any flooding. Also, make sure your cell phone is charged because I think power outages will be a top concern, especially with winds gusting up to 50 miles an hour in a lot of locations. And then make sure you find your flashlight. If you don't have one, run out and get one just in case you lose power later tonight. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I will walk you through the timeline for this storm hour by hour, let you know exactly how much rain we're expecting. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. And for our live center now, we know the Washington Commanders coaching job is up for grabs. Rumors are swirling this morning. Ravens coach John Harbaugh could have some family moving to the area.
Yeah, let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the potential candidates. Megan.
All speculation right now, but fresh off a college national championship win last night, Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh, that you see right there, John's brother, is said to be one of the potential candidates to become the head coach of the Washington Commanders. A possible bro battle of the Beltways brewing right now. But keep in mind, guys, Jim is said to be a highly sought-after candidate all across the NFL. Again, his team won the CFP National Championship just last night, overpowering the Washington Huskies, 34-13 the final score. But coming to D.C. would bring him closer to his brother here in Baltimore, so we'll see if that has any pull. Now, also on that list, again, of potential candidates, Ravens defensive coordinator Mike McDonald and associate head coach Anthony Weaver are said to be in the running. Raheem Morris, Rams defensive coordinator and former secondary coach in Washington, also on the short list. The search, though, guys, really just beginning here. It was just yesterday that head for his dedication, but made it clear that he intends to build a winning franchise. So time will tell if that brings another Harbaugh to the area. That's the latest from our live center.
Law enforcement officers were shot more last year than any time before. I'm Janae Bones in Washington with a look at what needs to be done to stop this troubling trend.
We're expecting heavy rain and strong winds in our area. Still ahead, where you can pick up some sandbags, prepare for any potential flooding. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning. 5:45 trending this morning. If you're looking to switch careers, Oscar Mayer has a job for you.
All right, they're looking for Wienermobile drivers. The company is hiring a dozen hot doggers for what it calls a rare and coveted job. Those interested in getting behind the wheel of the iconic 27-foot-long hot dog on wheels can apply on the Oscar Mayer website through January 31st. It will be a full-time job lasting for a year. Drivers will be visiting more than 20 states, and they'll get paid more than $35,000.
The Birdland Caravan is returning later this month. Fans will have a chance to meet players and coaches as excitement builds for the upcoming season here. The tour runs from January 25th through the 27th, there you go, and will make stops in 14 cities across state. In our area, the tour will stop in Baltimore City, Catonsville, Columbia, Havre de Grace, and Timonium. More information on the schedule is available on the Orioles website. Just search Birdland Caravan.
All right, it's 5:46, and we are weather alert today, so we need to find out what's going on.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking the system as it's slowly moving our way.
Yeah, and coastal flooding could be one of our major concerns. So I just finished updating all the numbers here on this little chart so you can see what I'm talking about. I broke down where their current stage is at, when flooding starts to occur, and then when we're expecting the crest to happen with all these locations. So for example, in Annapolis, right now we are below flood stage. So flood stage would be at 2.6 feet. We're currently at 1.5. But as this weather maker moves in, it's going to bring that crest up to 5 feet, and that's going to peak early tomorrow morning. If you take a look at what that means in terms of our flood scale, major flooding would be expected to occur. In all of the locations here, that crest would bring us into moderate levels, and that's why we are looking at the potential for stream and river flooding because of the system and flooding along the bay too. So right now things look quiet down at the inner harbor. I have a feeling water levels will get very high there later tonight too as that heavy rainfall moves in and takes over. So significant flooding is expected, especially along the bay. We've also got some very strong winds to add into the mix. Winds are going to be coming in out of the east, shoving all that water up against the shoreline and gusting as high as 60 miles an hour, at least along the shoreline. So here's a look at the weather maker we're tracking. It's a strong system extending from the Gulf Coast all the way up into the northern plains. And yeah, it's heading our way. First, sending some snow to extreme western parts of Maryland. Not going to be a snowmaker for us. It's going to be a rainmaker. And in advance of that, you'll notice we've got all that green. That's a flood watch. We've also got high wind warnings and advisories. Lots happening today. Let's break it down piece by piece here. Starting with the timing, I think the first rain showers arrive between 7 and 8 a.m. this morning. Light to begin, but picking up in intensity as we head through the remainder of the morning and into the afternoon. So steady rain ongoing by 1 o'clock. I think the heaviest stuff gets underway 4 or 5 o'clock this evening. And then here comes that main line around 8 o'clock tonight. Very heavy rain at that point, very strong winds at that point. It's not until 11 o'clock tonight that things start to wrap up and the storm zips out of here. And then we'll start the drying process overnight tonight through early tomorrow morning. But tomorrow morning, that's when a lot of the rivers and streams will actually peak. So I think that's when we'll see the worst of the flooding after the storm system moves out of here. Now here's a look at how much rain we're actually tracking. We could also just see flooding in low-lying areas. If your basement tends to flood, yeah, I'd be on the lookout for that later today because we are tracking the potential for 1 to 3 inches of rain in a lot of locations. And then here's a look at the winds. Winds will be gusting as high as 20 miles an hour by the end of the morning. And then these numbers ramp up. I think this forecast model running a little low. I think we've got the potential for 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts in a lot of locations. Winds will peak this evening around 8 o'clock, and then things will start to calm down and return to normal by this time tomorrow as that storm gets out of here. So you'll notice more manageable wind speeds by Wednesday morning. So for today, lots happening. Heavy rain, strong winds. The worst coming after 4 o'clock this afternoon through tonight as darkness settles in. So tonight we're in the thick of it. We've got heavy rain at that point, very strong winds, and temperatures actually pretty mild, hanging out in the mid and upper 50s. Weather alert because of all of that today. Things do calm down Wednesday into Thursday, but then we gear up for another weather maker. That one coming Friday into Saturday, also with the potential for rain and gusty winds. Looks like colder air spills in behind that. Cold for the holiday on Monday with the potential for a few snow showers. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. Taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And at this early hour, there are no incidents to report. We're taking a look over the Towson area at Loch Raven Boulevard. You see volume starting to pick up, but everyone moving along just fine. Taking a live look now from our Lynn Stoller mobile track. He's on 83 heading north and moving along without issue. Let's get a check of mass transit now. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got Camden train 843 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for travel out there on light rail on-time services, which you'll find if that's your ride in Metro Subway. Looking good in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
I'm Atrell Nashar in Washington with new comments by President Biden that may suggest a shift in the U.S.'s support for Israel's war in Gaza.
.54, and we are weather alert this Tuesday morning as we are taking a live look over the Inner Harbor and some of the Beltway cameras. Well, a Beltway camera there heading into the harbor and the tunnel, and the looks like traffic's moving along fine, and looks like it's a beautiful morning so far.
We'll stay with Fox 45 Morning News, though, because we're tracking heavy rain with the potential for flooding and strong wind gusts coming up throughout the day.
And in just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with how you can prepare for any flooding in your area.
5:54 now, and the Israeli airstrike kills a top Hezbollah commander in southern Lebanon. Israel's military says the airstrike also killed a Hamas militant in Syria responsible for firing rockets toward Israel.
All this adding to fears of a bigger conflict breaking out in the Middle East. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has the latest on this escalation.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visiting IDF troops Monday near the border of Israel and Lebanon, where a second front of the war could be forming. Netanyahu tells his troops Hezbollah is underestimating them, shortly after an Israeli strike in Lebanon killed Hezbollah commander Wissam Tawil. Many viewing it as an escalation of what's been constant skirmishes between Israel and Hezbollah since the October 7th Hamas attacks.
Hezbollah
is dragging Lebanon into an unnecessary war for the sake of Hamas.
Last week, Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah said their attacks against Israel are intended to, quote, stop the assault on Gaza.
This is a moment of profound tension in the region.
In his fourth visit to the Middle East since October 7th, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the conflict could easily metastasize.
This is not just a regional issue. It's a matter of global concern.
The region further destabilized by Iran's vow to retaliate for deadly twin bombings last week, for which ISIS has claimed responsibility. Blinken calling out Houthi attacks on commercial ships in the Red Sea, which the Iran-backed rebel group says are to counter Israel's attacks on Palestinians. According to the Hamas-run Ministry of Health in Gaza, more than 23,000 people have been killed since October 7th. Calls for a ceasefire interrupting President Biden's speech at Mother Emanuel AME Church in South Carolina Monday.
I've been quietly working with the Israeli government to get them to reduce and significantly get out of Gaza.
Making headlines this morning, emergency officials are investigating an explosion at a hotel in downtown Fort Worth, Texas. Aerial footage shows debris from the building scattered across the streets. Look at that. The Fort Worth Star-Telegram says 21 people were hurt, including one person in critical condition, 4 others in serious condition.
There's a smell of gas here in downtown. We're not sure if the smell of gas was caused from the explosion of the fire itself, or if that's what caused the explosion. But that's what we're looking at right now at this point in time.
Well, authorities are asking the public to avoid the area as they continue to assess the situation.
We are weather alert today as heavy rain and extremely strong winds move into our region. I've got an updated look at the timeline of this weather maker and what it means for your Tuesday in a couple of minutes.
That's right. Strong winds and rain could bring flooding to the region. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you how several counties are preparing.
This morning, the governor will unveil his public safety plan for the state for 2024. Coming up, we'll take a look at some of the biggest issues that you want addressed.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, good morning on this Tuesday, January 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and this morning we are weather alert, and we have live team coverage to keep you updated all morning long. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with how you can prepare for the flooding in your area.
But we begin with meteorologist Amy Aronson as we are preparing for heavy rains and the possibility of flooding, Amy.
Yeah, it could be the worst flooding we've seen in over 2 years. So it's been quite some time since we've had a storm this powerful and with this high potential for flooding. If you take a look at the current scene on the HD radar, you'll notice snow has developed in Garrett County. That's the start of this moisture pushing into our region. In advance of it, we've got that flood watch posted that will go into effect this afternoon and take us through early tomorrow morning. Not only could we see flooding in low-lying areas, but rivers and streams. That's also going to be a concern there. As you head out to the bus stop this morning, send the kiddos with a rain jacket. They're definitely going to need it by lunchtime. Pickup time has been moved up in a lot of school districts because of the heavy rain and gusty winds, so just check in to make sure you know about that. But either way, it's going to be raining even at pickup time this afternoon. Heaviest rain will come later on, I think between 4 and 8 o'clock. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how much rain we're tracking in your area and how strong the winds will gust to. Now we're actually going to head over to Olivia Dance. She's live in Annapolis this morning on how they're preparing for flooding that could hit the area. Good morning, Olivia.
Hey, good morning, Amy. And the Annapolis Office of Emergency Management is monitoring and preparing for the storm. They're actually going to be handing out sandbags to residents and business owners here shortly, starting at 7 this morning, right here on Dock Street. And you can see just how close this area is to the water. It's actually right on the water, so they could see a lot of flooding from this storm. Also, further up the street, you can't see from here, but crews just put up a sign asking for anyone that's parked in this area to remove their car by today because of that flooding. I also spoke with the Anne Arundel County Office of Emergency Management about their preparations for the storm. Take a listen.
We saw like 2 years ago, we had a peak coastal flooding event where we saw about 4.9 feet of water, and it was pretty damaging. And we're looking to probably see about something similar. So we are concerned, but we are upstaffing and coordinating to be able to help our residents kind of prepare for it in advance, but then also obviously the staffing and resources are available to help respond if people are out on the roads.
Now, peak flooding's forecasted for around 3 tomorrow morning, but the department is upstaffing to ensure they have crews ready to respond quickly. The preparations, though, aren't just happening in Anne Arundel County, but Howard County is also preparing for the storm, especially in areas like historic Ellicott City, which has had 3 devastating floods in recent years, the most recent in 2018. Howard County Executive Calvin Ball says the county now has 2 flood ponds that can hold 7.5 million gallons of water during weather events. The county also clears out debris to prevent flooding.
We're working very closely with our Office of Emergency Management and our Department of Public Works. While we're not putting out sandbags, we have been working on flood proofing certain areas and, like I said, clearing out the debris. And frankly, we often, when there is a significant weather event, have an all hands on deck approach.
Now, not only is flooding a concern, but this storm could also bring high winds. You can see it's a little bit breezy already here down by the water, but both counties say that they are also preparing for the impact that those high winds could have. For now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, several area school systems will be dismissing early today because of the storm. Anne Arundel County will be closing 2 hours early. There will be no after-school activities in Baltimore County. Cecil and Calvert counties will close 3 hours early. Garrett County will have virtual learning today. Harford and Howard counties will close 3 hours early. St. Mary's County will close 2 hours early. More coming onto that list. Charles County closing at 2 hours in Allegheny. They're also doing virtual today. We're going to add those to the scrolling ticker at the bottom of your screen. You can see all the updates there, as well as at foxbaltimore.com.
Let's take a look at how the roads look in your Lynn Solar Traffic Network here at 6:02 in the morning, and not bad at all. In fact, there's no incidents to report around the Baltimore region as you're taking a live look at Towson and Loch Raven Boulevard. Well, continuing coverage this morning, the 446th session of the General Assembly is kicking off tomorrow. Juvenile crime expected to be one of the major topics this year.
This comes as we're learning that the first homicide victim this year in Baltimore is a 16-year-old boy, and now his mother is channeling her grief into a fight for justice.
Nothing I talk about not going to bring my son back. I'm not going to see that pretty smile. I'm not going to see that again.
We have live team coverage this morning on the juvenile crime crisis, including the investigation into the 60-year-old's death.
Meanwhile, today, Governor Wes Moore will unveil his juvenile crime policy. Juvenile crime is expected to be a central focus inside the legislature as we hear from police and prosecutors saying that the laws in place are leaving their hands tied.
Jen Lilly is joining us live this morning with the concerns some have about the governor's support of the Secretary of Department of Juvenile Services, Vincent Schiraldi. Shannon.
Yeah, we know, Tom and Patrice, that there is certainly mounting pressure from the community on both the governor and Secretary Schiraldi. And many people want to see policy change, especially when it comes to juvenile crime. They want to see these young people held accountable. And in just a few hours, we'll find out exactly what plans the governor has for that in the new year. So we're going to pull up some information here on your screen about this press conference set for later this morning. So it's happening at the State House in Annapolis at 11. Governor Moore is expected to roll out his plan to address juvenile crime and public safety statewide in the new year. This is all coming ahead of the legislative session, which, believe it or not, begins tomorrow. DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi will be standing with the governor today. Schiraldi continues to face that criticism over the growing issue of juvenile crime in Maryland and a sense of little to no accountability. So that frustration was on full display during a late December town hall here in the city. Let's take a listen to that.
I think there's a lot more accountability he needs to answer to.
Do you think that he understands the problem that is going on?
No, he doesn't. And he doesn't have to understand because it doesn't affect him directly. It's a paycheck to him.
What do you want to hear from the secretary about what's going on?
His resignation. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but I just don't think he gets it.
We needed to get a reformer, a person with a history of reforming systems inside of that seat.
So as you just heard, Governor Moore continues to stand firm behind his pick to lead DJS. Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, he's calling him a reformer. In the meantime, again, we expect to learn more about his plan for public safety coming into the new year at 11 this morning. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, thank you, Shannon. And this brings us to our question of the day. If lawmakers do not change the juvenile crime laws, should they be recalled? So far, 98% of those who have voted say yes. If you'd like to weigh in, you can do it right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
This morning, we start our State House Spotlight series. Delegate Kathy Szeliga and Senator Joe Carter will join us live at 7:15 to talk about the start of this session, plus their thoughts on the juvenile crime bills.
Frustration over new bike lanes is gaining some traction. In our next half hour, how residents are fighting back against the rise in congestion.
On the East Coast today, as you take a look at our live center here, the area is being impacted right now.
And we are under a flood watch today because of the potential for heavy rain and flooding in both low-lying areas and along streams and creeks. I've got an updated look at how much rain we're tracking and when the worst of the storm is expected today in just a couple of minutes. It's 6:06. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
.09 and continuing coverage this morning, we're learning that Baltimore's first homicide victim of the year is just 16 years old. This morning, that teen's mother is speaking exclusively with Fox 45 News about the city's juvenile crime crisis.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live here in studio with more on this investigation. Taylor?
Well, that's right. It's underway as we speak. Baltimore police are investigating the first murder of the year. Noah Gibson, just 16 years old, was shot and killed over the holiday break. And we spoke with the Carver vocational student's mother, Chantrice Gibson. Investigators say officers found Noah shot in an alley on Gorman Avenue near West Baltimore Street. This was after responding to a shot spotter alert around 2 a.m. on January 2nd. A neighbor's back alley camera picks up the sound of about a half dozen gunshots. Take a look.
My main thing is why. When children are doing something wrong, you don't have to pull out a gun. You know, there's other ways of handling situations instead of handling it how way that you feel like you want to handle it.
Now, Gibson says her son's not perfect. He'd been under the supervision of the Department of Juvenile Services, but Noah still deserves justice. She says as investigators look for the shooter, she's encouraging people to come forward with information. If you could help homicide detectives, call that number at the bottom of your screen there. Now, in the meantime, we'll be closely monitoring the upcoming debates from the state capitol on juvenile crime as the city loses yet another young life. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
We are under weather alert today as heavy rain and high winds move into our region. Here's a look at what it means for your road conditions today. Rain will get started between 7 and 8 a.m. So at that point, not anticipating any major issues. Plan on rainy conditions for your drive this afternoon between 12 and 4 o'clock. We're tracking steady rainfall for much of the region. I think the heaviest rain, the strongest winds coming later tonight after darkness settles in. Around 8 o'clock, I think we'll face more serious issues. That's when we could see about 1 to 3 inches of rain and winds gusting at 40 to 50 miles an hour. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll take you through a more detailed timeline of this storm and let you know when else we're tracking rain in our 7-day forecast. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. Video shows a Parkville High School teacher allegedly smoking with her students. Ahead in today's Project Baltimore, a student at the school shares their thoughts on the viral video.
Will the Harborough brothers be taking over the DMV? Still ahead, the rumors spreading of a possible battle of the bros and the Beltways here in Maryland. 6:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
It is 6:14 and we are weather alert. A slow-moving January storm is set to hit the East Coast today.
And Megan Gillen is in our live center this morning breaking down the impacts for thousands of Americans who are now in the storm's path. Megan.
Yeah, check this out, guys. This is everyone being highlighted here. The National Weather Service just posting that update for the East Coast here. And you can see we've got a lot of rain forecasted for the northern parts. Then we've got severe thunderstorms to the south there. And we are talking about flooding all across that area there. This is part of that same system, guys, that blew through the plains here. You can see the severity here, the ongoing blizzard warnings in that area. In fact, we want to take you live to Des Moines, Iowa this morning. You can see the fresh blanket of snow on the ground there. Schools are closed there today as that snow is still falling. The northern part of the state under a winter storm warning until 6 p.m. Take a look at this new video coming into our newsroom. This is from New Mexico. You can see intense snow covering the town of Santa Rosa. This was taken just last night, showing the strength of those powerful gusts that were ripping through that region over the last few hours here. Some of the largest reported snow totals as of last night, topping 13 inches in parts of Nebraska. And guys, this storm is not over yet. It is expected to bring up to 10 inches of snow and possibly whiteout conditions to parts of Michigan today, not to mention the wind. Those winds already knocking out power to more than 22,000 people in the greater Houston area. And according to the National Weather Service, at least 2 tornadoes were detected yesterday north of Houston. Some states already preparing for the storm to hit as it now makes its way to the East Coast here today. New Jersey's governor issuing a disaster declaration yesterday, and several schools in Virginia and right here in Maryland are set to close early. Let's take a look at that updated list here. Anne Arundel will be closing 2 hours early. There will be no after-school activities in Baltimore County. Cecil and Calvert counties, they are closing 3 hours early. Then you've got Garrett County. They're going to have virtual learning here today. That list continues here with Harford and Howard counties. They are closing 3 hours early today. St. Mary's County schools closing 2 hours early today. You can see all of these early closures scrolling at the bottom of your screen right now and at foxbaltimore.com. We want to bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson timing out this weather day. Obviously some rain moving in. And Amy, I know you talked about the wind being an impact with possible power outages to our region as well.
Yeah, exactly. So right now, make sure everything is charging. You are prepared for that potential later on today as winds really ramp up. So a couple of threats we're tracking. Number one being heavy rain. 1 to 3 inches is what we're predicting across our region. Not only could that cause some flooding pretty much anywhere, but low-lying areas and rivers and streams at the highest risk later today. And then we could see wind gusts as high as 50 to 60 miles an hour. I think the strongest winds right along the bay. That could certainly lead to some power outages and down trees. So you also want to be prepared for that. Right now, it's the calm before this weather maker gets here. Dark and early this morning, not much happening at the inner harbor. The clouds are here. Temperatures are in the upper 30s. Winds pretty manageable at the moment, but that's going to change, especially as the day continues. Let's track this hour by hour. So we're starting off current time. I think the first rain showers arrive between 7 and 8 a.m., so shortly across our region. Snow will be ongoing for the higher elevations in extreme western Maryland. But for us, a pure rainmaker. It's soggy through the end of the morning into the afternoon. Rain does not let up here. And then we get the heavy stuff. That comes in after 4 o'clock. See that line to our west? I think that arrives here between 7 and 8 o'clock tonight. That's the end of it, the grand finale. But really heavy rain during that time period and really strong winds too as this front passes by. It's not until 11 o'clock tonight, close to midnight, that this storm system exits. And behind that, a couple of lingering showers. Otherwise, it's going to be breezy and drier tomorrow. So for our weather alert day today, I think the worst conditions, the heaviest rain, the strongest winds after 3 o'clock through about midnight tonight. Heavy rain, threat number one. We're also tracking heavy, strong winds and then some flooding too, especially in low-lying areas and along streams and creeks and rivers. Power outages also a concern because of the very strong winds, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're tracking some down trees for your drive tomorrow morning. Now, this is not the only weather maker I'm tracking this week. I've got another one coming by week's end. So we're going to repeat this whole process on Friday. A soggy start to your Friday morning too, and then we've got some soaking rain here as we head through Friday afternoon and Friday evening, along with some gusty winds. This system doesn't look quite as strong, but will certainly have an impact on your Friday. So here's a look at your weekend forecast. More rain likely Friday into early Saturday. Looks like we're drier, but we're much colder by the end of the weekend on Sunday. Now, we are weather alert today because we've got some very heavy rain and very high winds moving through our region. It looks like the worst conditions 4 o'clock this afternoon through midnight tonight. After that, it's drier and breezy for your Wednesday. We have a chance to catch our breath and regroup and clean up the pieces from this storm before more rain arrives Friday into early Saturday. After that, the cold air moves in, so Sunday turns noticeably colder, and then we stay chilly with some snow showers for MLK Day on Monday. Back to you.
Thank you, Amy. If you see some wet and windy conditions in your neighborhood, we want to see what's happening. Scan the QR code right there on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com where you can upload your pictures and your videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
Remember, anytime severe weather hits, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Search WBFF in your app store.
Well, now we want to take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region here. It looks like traffic is moving along just fine. No major incidents to report at all. The only indication is right before the Fort McHenry Tunnel, southbound 95. On the shoulder, there's one vehicle that is disabled in the roadway, but it's not causing any delays. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones from the MTA. Good morning, Mark. We're still dry now, but the wind and rain's headed our way.
Sure is. Batten down the hatches for sure. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find Camden Train 845 and Penn Train 407 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of BART look good for travel. Light rail keeping to the schedule, on-time service in both directions, and Metro Subway looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Strong winds and rain could bring flooding to the region. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you how the city of Annapolis is preparing.
Police officers were shot more last year than ever before. After the break, what needs to be done to put a halt to this troubling trend? 6:21, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.624, making your headlines this Tuesday morning. More officers were shot in the line of duty in 2023 than ever before.
Janae Bowens explains why this is happening and what can be done to stop it.
I don't know how to live without you, and I didn't ever want to imagine it.
It's been 4 months since Brittany Lindsay lost her fiancé, Deputy Ryan Klinkenbroomer of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. He died just 4 days after they got engaged.
I'm so happy I was able to love him.
He was ambushed and murdered while he was sitting in a patrol car. The National Fraternal Order of Police say 2023 saw the highest number of officers shot, with 378 officers shot in the line of duty. 46 of them were killed, and there were also 115 ambush-style attacks.
And that's very, very concerning because we're seeing cops getting attacked and shot simply for being cops.
Sergeant Betsy Smith with the National Police Association says more light needs to be shined on the positive things officers do, and departments need more funding and more officers.
We are so short-staffed, we don't necessarily have the time to attend the training that we need to keep police officers and ultimately the community safe.
She says it's going to take a multi-pronged approach to stop officers like Klinkenbroomer from being killed in the line of duty.
Now look down on all your brothers and sisters in blue. Keep them safe so this never happens to anyone else. Protect them and watch over them as they continue to serve their community.
Now, the National Fraternal Order of Police is calling on Congress to pass the Protect and Serve Act. Now, this bill calls for the establishment of a new criminal offense for knowingly assaulting an officer and causing serious bodily harm or attempting to do so. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
The debate over bike lanes continues. Just how much an initiative would cost to build more of these, and just how many people are using them? Those questions ahead.
We are weather alert this morning. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking the severity of the storm heading our way and what you need to know. 6:26, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
.629 and Fox 45 is keeping you weather alert today as our team of meteorologists tracking heavy rains moving into our region with potential for flooding and strong wind gusts.
You are taking a live look over our Weather Authority radar, and you can see the system moving in from the west. Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and the system is already causing some havoc on the west side of Maryland, where there's a lot of heavy snowfall, even an accident now on 68 eastbound. We need to find out exactly when that is going to move to our area. We have meteorologist Amy Aronson.
Yeah, it's coming shortly, actually. Within the next hour or two, I think we'll see the first rain showers arrive here. But the worst of it, the heaviest rain, the strongest winds coming later this afternoon. And because of that, we've got a flood watch that goes into effect starting around 3 o'clock this afternoon. This is due to the potential for flooding pretty much anywhere. Low-lying areas, streams, rivers, creeks right along the bay, of course, are at highest risk to see some flooding today. Not only do we have a flood watch out, we've got wind alerts to let you know about. See that darker shade of tan there? That's a high wind warning for areas right along the shoreline. Everybody else in a wind advisory. Basically, this means we could see very strong wind gusts today. If you're in the darker shading area, up to 60 miles an hour, everybody else 50 miles an hour. Because of that, we're going to see some issues for your drive home this afternoon. Your drive this morning, not too bad. The rain will get started, though, shortly, so plan on that for the second half of your morning drive leading into that lunchtime hour. Coming up in 10 minutes, we will take a look at the rest of the day, and I'll let you know exactly when the worst rain and winds are expected in our region. Patrice?
All right, Amy. Well, this flooding could be similar to what we saw in October of 2021. You're looking at video from the Inner Harbor at that time. People we spoke with then said they saw 1 to 2 feet of flooding in some parts.
Well, remember, anytime severe weather hits, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store.
All right, well, let's get over to Olivia Dance. She is live in Annapolis with how they are preparing for the flooding that could be heading our way today. Olivia.
Good morning, Patrice. The Annapolis Office of Emergency Management is preparing for this storm. They're monitoring it as well. They're actually going to start handing out sandbags to residents and business owners in just about 15 minutes, starting at 7 right here on Dock Street. And you can see just how close this area is to the water, right on the water. So they could really see a lot of flooding from this storm. You also can't see it from where we are, but further up the street, crews recently put out a sign asking anyone that's parked in this area to remove their car by today because of that flooding. I also spoke with the Anne Arundel County Office of Emergency Management about their preparations for the storm. Take a listen.
Our main concerns are the fact that we already had a little bit of rain, so the ground's already wet and saturated. So adding more water on top of that, it's going to make it easier to flood, higher risk of flash flooding. And then you've also got that will bring down trees and power lines, causing some outages and blockages of the roads.
Now, peak flooding is forecasted for around 3 tomorrow morning, but the department is up staffing to ensure they have crews ready to respond quickly. A 5-foot tide would be the third highest in Annapolis history since the 1930s, and a tide of 4.8 is expected tomorrow morning. Pretty shocking number there. Now, Casey Thomas, who you just heard from the Office of Emergency Management, says they are concerned about coastal flooding, but they are up staffing and coordinating in advance so that they have the resources if needed. But not only is flooding a concern, the storm could also bring high winds. You can see the wind blowing my hair now. It's pretty breezy already down here by the water. So the county says that they are preparing for the impact that those high winds could have. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Several area school systems will be dismissing early. Take a moment to look at your screen. Anne Arundel will be closing 2 hours early. Allegheny Public Schools, they're going virtual this morning. They're getting some pretty nasty snow right now. There will be no after-school activities in Baltimore County, specifically sports. Calvert and Cecil counties, they're bringing it close early 3 hours. Charles County closing 2 hours early. Garrett also on the western side getting some snow. They're virtual learning all day today. Harford and Howard counties, they will close 3 hours early. St. Mary's will be closing 2 hours early. You can see all of these early closures scrolling at the bottom of our screen, and you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Well, continuing our coverage this morning, there are more questions about Baltimore's bike lane plan as engineers and residents argue the city is falling short in its research. Baltimore's bike lane initiative comes with a price tag of about $73 million. Well, Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with some of the concerns surrounding its plan and the implementation. Shannon.
Well, for many of us, Tom, they are a part of our daily lives. You drive around, you see bike lanes just like this one here on South President Street, as well as streets across the city. But now there are glaring questions about the research being used to justify the development of more bike lanes. In fact, transportation officials admit they are only just now beginning to count exactly how many bikers are actually biking in Baltimore.
We did get a grant where we have installed some bike counters in certain locations. Beyond the bike counters, I don't know that we have actual data.
If we are basing millions of dollars on a plan that is supposed to be moving forward into communities, we need to have that data readily available and available to the council people.
So that conversation played out in a recent city council meeting. Meanwhile, look at this. On this stretch of Harford Road, drivers are backed up after the city eliminated 2 lanes of traffic and installed 2 lanes for bikes. Transportation officials insist their redesign of city roads is guided by a master plan that was approved more than a decade ago. And that plan, they say, requires community input, yet some residents insist they never had any.
The people who are being affected and victimized by these decisions, these arbitrary and capricious spending of dollars, seem to have no voice. We've been ghosted by government.
Again, city planners project in 4 more years, bike lanes will cost the city $73 million. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
A bro battle of the Beltways, the rumors swirling about Jim Harbaugh leaving Michigan and teaming up with the Washington Commanders.
We are weather alert with the potential for flooding and strong wind gusts later on this afternoon. Meteorologist Amy Aronson timing, as you see on the right side there, the radar as it's moving and making its way toward us. Well, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Whiteout conditions among the active weather blanketing a chunk of the country. This was the scene around the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles, which were 2 of several states dealing with blizzards. North Dakota was the only U.S. state untouched by weather warnings, watches, or advisories Monday. Meanwhile, near Reno, Nevada, a snow-covered ground and this sun pillar gracing the morning sky.
Listen to Off the Radar. New episodes every Tuesday.
6:40 on this Weather Alert Tuesday. We are tracking very heavy rain, very high winds later this afternoon and this evening. So now is the time to make sure your sump pump is working. You don't want a disaster later on as the rain is falling. Also, make sure you clear out your storm drains. Great idea to do that to help prevent some flooding. Charge up your cell phones. I think power outages will be a concern, so also make sure you locate where your flashlights are just in case. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll walk you through the updated timeline for this system hour by hour. Also let you know exactly how much rain we're expecting. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Well, we know the Washington Commanders coaching job is now up for grabs. Rumors are swirling this morning. Ravens coach John Harbaugh could be having a family member moving to the area.
Oh, let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center. She's got more on the potential candidates.
Yeah, all potential at this point, guys. But fresh off a national college championship win last night, Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh, John's brother, is said to be one of the potential candidates to become the head coach of the Washington Commanders. A possible bro battle of the Beltways brewing, perhaps. But keep in mind, guys, Jim is said to be a highly sought-after candidate all across the NFL. Again, his team won the CFP National Championship just last night, overpowering the Washington Huskies, 34-13 final score. But coming to D.C., that would bring him closer to his brother John here in Baltimore. So we'll see if that has any pull. Now, also on the list, again, of potential candidates, Ravens defensive coordinator Mike McDonald and associate head coach Anthony Weaver are said to be in the running. Raheem Morris, Rams defensive coordinator and former secondary coach in Washington, also on that short list. The search, though, it is just beginning. It was just time will tell if that brings another Harbaugh to the area. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. City Council President Nick Mosby makes a move to reduce the mayor's power on reshaping the city's districts. Still ahead, the new legislation now in the works.
And we are weather alert. We're expecting heavy rain across the region. So to come, the most effective supplies to help protect you from potential flooding. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
And in your morning rush, happening today, Governor Wes Moore will be unveiling his public safety plan for the new year. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with the biggest issues that you want addressed. Shannon.
Yeah, of course we know, Tom, that juvenile crime is a major issue, and there is mounting pressure from the community on both the governor and DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi to get a handle on it. Many people want to see policy change. They want to see young people being held accountable. So in just a few hours, we'll find out exactly what plans the governor has in store in this press conference that's set to happen at 11 in Annapolis. Coming up in 15 minutes, I'll have a preview of that press conference, what we can expect out of it. Plus, we'll hear about the concerns about DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi and some of his policies. Now back to you.
It is a weather alert day as strong winds and rain could bring flooding to the region. Let's get over to Olivia Dances. She is live in Annapolis with more on how they're preparing for the flooding that typically hits that area. They know what they're in for, Olivia.
Yeah, Patrice, they certainly do. And the Annapolis Office of Emergency Management is monitoring this storm. They're prepared as well. They're actually going to start handing out sandbags to residents and business owners here, probably starting now. They said 7, but it looks like some people are already here. So you can see the pile of sand right there. And right now we're on Dock Street, which is right next to the water. And this area really could just see a lot of flooding from this storm. I also spoke with the Anne Arundel County Office of Emergency Management about their preparations for the storm. Peak flooding is forecasted for at around 3 tomorrow morning, but the department is up staffing to ensure that they have crews ready to respond quickly. A 5-foot tide would be the 3rd highest in Annapolis history since the 1930s, and a tide of 4.8 is expected tomorrow morning. Pretty shocking numbers there. So coming up in just about 15 minutes, we'll take a look at how other counties in the region are preparing for this storm. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
All right, as we've been saying, we are weather alert this morning, so we want to find out exactly what that means.
Yeah, we want to get right over to our meteorologist, Amy Aronson, looking at the forecast and timing it out for us.
Yeah, I know Olivia was talking about some of this, so I wanted to show you the entire chart on the potential for some coastal flooding that exists. On this chart, I've got a couple of numbers broken down. First of all, when these locations reach flood stage, where they're at right now, and then where they're expected to go to over the next 24 hours or so. So you'll notice we are expected these numbers to crest in the moderate to major flood category. If you take note of when that cresting is expected to happen, it's all early tomorrow morning and late tonight. So be prepared for that. Spots like Annapolis expected to see some serious flooding there. Actually, could be the worst flooding we've seen in just about 2 years. Right now, all is calm and quiet before this weather maker gets here. Upper 30s currently. It is all expected to move in as rain for us. I know western parts of the state getting slammed with some snow. It's going to be a rainmaker here in central parts of Maryland. Significant flooding will be our first concern. Second concern will be some very strong wind gusts that will develop this afternoon and this evening. This is a beast of a storm. Extends from the Gulf Coast all the way up into the Midwest. We've got severe weather along the Gulf Coast. We've got snow on the backside of it. For us, it's going to be a big rainmaker. We've got flood watches posted in advance of that, along with a couple of wind alerts, high wind warnings for areas along the shoreline, wind advisories for everybody else. So a couple of issues come with this storm today. I think the first showers arrive shortly. Within the next hour, we should start to see rain push into the Baltimore area, and then a very soggy second half of the morning will follow. Rain will be ongoing, steady rain straight through the afternoon, and then the heavy stuff arrives this evening, just in time for your drive home. Check out 8 o'clock. That's when that main line of soaking rain pushes through the region, and some very strong winds to go along with it. It's not until later tonight, 11 o'clock midnight, that the storm sweeps out of here. Behind it, we will dry things out for your Wednesday, and that's when we'll allow the cleanup to begin. I have a feeling we'll see downed trees and branches, even power outages because of the strong winds that are expected to develop. Here's a look at how much rain we're expecting. It's a lot, 1 to 3 inches in a lot of locations. That on top of an already soggy ground could mean for some flooding. Here's a look at forecasted wind speeds. I think these numbers are a little low. I think they'll get higher than this today. I think we could see winds anywhere between 40, 50 miles an hour around a lot of locations. If you're right up against the bay, yeah, winds could peak close to 60 miles per hour there. So that could certainly do some damage and bring some trees down. It's not until early tomorrow morning that these wind speeds will calm and be a bit more manageable by the time you head out the door on Wednesday. So that looks a little better there by Wednesday morning. For today, heavy rain through the afternoon, strong winds, highs in the mid-50s today. Actually staying mild through tonight, so it will continue to be all rain through the evening hours, not wrapping up until close to midnight. So because of all that, we're under weather alert today. Tomorrow's drier and breezy. We've got a chance to catch our breath. And then another storm comes in on Friday. This one also with the potential for steady rain and gusty winds. That should wrap up by early Saturday. And then the cold air moves in for the second half of the holiday weekend. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Taking a look at your lens solar traffic network and some of the cameras around the area. All right, well, let's start with this one first here. This is on the western side. Amy was just talking about this is where the storm is, and you're taking a look at 68. It is shut down eastbound. So if you're coming from Ohio, coming in West Virginia, coming into Maryland there, it is completely closed because of an incident that's happening there, and it's shutting down all the lanes. Just to let you know, so the difference here, this is right before Friendsville, so you can see the traffic conditions that they're following. Let me see if I can pull up this shot. It's been freezing. Yeah, you can see how slow go it is around the mountainous area. So that's one issue there. On our side of the state, the only thing we have is a Fort McHenry tunnel. There was a little fender bender in one of the lanes, but as you can see on the bottom left right there, it's not causing any delays at all for your morning commute. So good news there on our side of the state. Well, topping your Sports Unlimited news, Monday was a busy day around the NFL with plenty of head coaches just getting fired. The Falcons firing Arthur Smith after 3 seasons and no playoff appearances. Washington Commanders moving on from Ron Rivera after 4 seasons.
Meanwhile, the most recognizable face in golf hints at a dramatic change ahead. Tiger Woods won't be renewing his deal with Nike. He released this message on his social media, thanking Nike and Nike Golf for a 27-year partnership. Tiger says the partnership has been filled with amazing moments and memories, going on to say, yes, there will certainly be another chapter. It's not immediately clear what is next, though. Woods signed multiple deals with Nike throughout his career worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Be sure to get vaccinated, but should you be getting 3 at a time? In our 9 o'clock hour, a health expert shares why it's more dangerous to get your flu, RSV, and COVID-19 vaccine all at once.
And all paws on deck because Paw Patrol is coming to Baltimore and the Hippodrome. Still ahead, more details about the show and where you can go to purchase your tickets.
All right, parents, you're going to need to be fully caffeinated for that show.
That show and also this afternoon because we have to pick up the kids early for a lot of schools out there.
It's time for a coffee break.
6:55 and new this morning. A person dies and 2 suspects are in custody following a crash Tuesday night. According to police, the crash occurred at the 2700 block of West Franklin Street following reports of a stolen vehicle. Police say the suspects drove the stolen car into another vehicle, killing the man inside. 1 suspect remains at large. The 2 are awaiting to be charged. 2 others are waiting to be charged. If you know anything about the incident but wish to remain anonymous, you can call Metro Crime Stoppers 866-7-LOCK-UP. You see that on the bottom of your screen. The back and forth over Baltimore's proposed council districts continues as City Council President Nick Mosby introduces a measure to limit the mayor's veto power regarding City Council redistricting maps.
The city charter requires voters to approve a new district map in each election year after a U.S. census. Mayor Scott vetoed the city council's map proposal in November, instead opting to submit his own proposal to voters. Mosby says the mayor didn't give the council enough time to review the map before submission, and this amendment would allow the council more time to review and vote on the mayor's plan in the future.
Mosby releasing a statement Monday afternoon, writing he made it clear in November that the system needed an overhaul. In the meantime, Baltimore recorded a 9-year low of 263 murders in 2023. Many say City State's Attorney Ivan Bates' tough-on-crime approach is driving that decline.
Mayor Brendan Scott has publicly supported Bates' policies, but some critics say he was less vocal when it came to addressing the policies of former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Fox 45's Rebecca Pryor explains.
Following almost a decade of shockingly high homicide rates, Baltimore City ushering in a new tough-on-crime state's attorney.
Well, if you're breaking the law, you're going to walk around for legal handguns on the streets. Bring your toothbrush with you, because we're going to send you to jail.
Immediately after taking office, Ivan Bates throwing out the progressive non-prosecution policies of his predecessor, Marilyn Mosby.
Clearly, the data suggests that there is no public safety value in prosecuting these low-level offenses.
But in Bates's first year, new data revealing Baltimore City's annual homicides finally falling below 300 for the first time in 9 straight years, marking the largest single-year homicide reduction in the city's history.
I knew deep in my heart that we needed to do something different.
Mayor Brandon Scott now throwing his full support behind the changes made under the Bates administration. But when pressed on Mosby's policies in the past, time and time again, Scott refusing to speak out.
I am focused about my work. I don't have time with the amount of stuff happening in Baltimore to worry about other people's work.
Are you saying that the state's attorney's office isn't doing their job?
No, I'm saying that we, as I've said to you before, Mackenzie, that what we are doing, what I am doing is ending these generations of fingerprints. I'm not going to continue to get dragged into this progressive versus this versus that. I do what's best for Baltimore.
According to political analyst Richard Vatz,
I do think he's trying to take credit for an accomplishment that is not majorly his.
The mayor's silence may have prevented the last year's historic crime reductions from happening sooner.
He appears to genuinely want to reduce violence, but he doesn't appear to ever be willing to take courageous steps, one of which would be when he had an totally irresponsible state's attorney, he wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't say anything even half critical of her until she's out of office.
And even with Mosby now out of office,
to blame one person or give one person the credit is a false narrative. We did the work.
But in terms of accountability, and could we have gotten here sooner, do you think it would have helped to call out those selective prosecution policies?
I don't think you hear me very clearly. I don't do performative stuff. That's not me. I focus on the work.
Mayor Scott still unwilling to answer when asked if his support for the former state's attorney could have hurt the city's crime fight.
He often avoids that question because he is very, very resolute in not accepting any criticism of his policies. He could have had a change in Baltimore's situation a long time ago.
And we are
Strong winds and rain could bring flooding to the region. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you how several counties are preparing.
This morning, the governor will unveil his public safety plan for the new year. Coming up, we're going to take a look at some of the biggest issues you want addressed.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
7 o'clock on this Tuesday morning, you see it right there. Fox 45 is keeping you weather alert today as our team of meteorologists track heavy rains and heavy winds moving through our region. Potential for flooding and those strong wind gusts could bring down tree limbs and some power lines.
You are taking a live look at our Weather Authority radar, and you can see that system moving in from the west. Good morning on this Tuesday, January 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right into our live coverage. We have team coverage for our next weather maker as it's rolling through.
On the top right of your screen, we've got a live look at road conditions from our Lynn Stoller mobile track.
Well, in the middle, you see Olivia Dance. In just a minute, she'll have more on how you can prepare for potential flooding in your area.
But we want to start with meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's got a check of the forecast. Amy.
Yeah, rain is moving in and moving in fast right now. We are tracking this very powerful storm system rushing into Maryland. You can see the blue stuff actually entering extreme western parts of our state currently. That's some snow showers. That will be confined to higher elevations today. I think here in central Maryland, it's a pure rainmaker. But over the next hour, the rain will be arriving in the Baltimore area. And that's just the start of what's going to be an extremely soggy day. Now, I know a lot of schools are dismissing early now, so keep that in mind for pickup time. It's still going to be raining, so send the kiddos with a rain jacket as they step out the door. Temperatures will be above freezing, so mid-40s through low 50s through pickup time this afternoon. And then I really think the worst conditions are expected for your commute home. So if you're commuting home a little later, heavy rain, high winds expected at that point. And coastal flooding also going to be a concern today. We're actually going to head out with Olivia Dance, who's in Annapolis this morning, where they are gearing up for that flood potential. Good morning, Olivia.
Good morning, Amy. And yeah, they certainly are. The Annapolis Office of Emergency Management is monitoring the storm, and they actually just started handing out sandbags to residents and business owners here. You can see that pile of sand right there. And they literally just started doing this right at 7 o'clock, and they've already handed out a few of those sandbags. So residents definitely taking advantage of that. But this area is right by the water. We're right off of Dock Street. You can see just how close we are to the water. So they could definitely see a lot of flooding from this storm. The city's also asking anyone that's parked in this area to remove their car by today because of flooding. I also spoke with the Anne Arundel County Office of Emergency Management about their preparations for the storm. Take a listen to what they said.
We saw like 2 years ago, we had a peak coastal flooding event where we saw about 4.9 feet of water, and it was pretty damaging. And we're looking to probably see about something similar. So we are concerned, but we are up staffing and coordinating to be able to help our residents kind of prepare for it in advance. But then also, obviously, the staffing and resources are available to help respond if people are out on the roads.
Now, peak flooding is forecasted for at around 3 tomorrow morning, but the department is up staffing to ensure they have crews ready to respond quickly. The preparations aren't just happening in Anne Arundel County, but Howard County is also preparing for the storm, especially in areas like historic Ellicott City, which we know has had 3 devastating floods in recent years, the most recent back in 2018. Howard County Executive Calvin Ball says the county now has 2 flood ponds that can hold 7.5 million gallons of water during weather events. The county also clears out debris to prevent flooding.
We're working very closely with our Office of Emergency Management and our Department of Public Works. While we're not putting out sandbags, we have been working on flood proofing certain areas and, like I said, clearing out the debris. And frankly, we often, when there is a significant weather event, have an all hands on deck approach.
So not only is flooding a concern, but this storm could also bring high winds. You can see the wind down here by the water already starting to blow my hair, a little bit breezy. It's even starting to stir up the water here, a little bit choppy already down here on the water. So both counties say that they are preparing for any impact that these high winds could bring. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Several area school systems will be dismissing early today because of the storms. Anne Arundel County schools are closing 2 hours early. There will be no after-school activities in Baltimore County. Cecil and Calvert counties will close 3 hours early. Garrett County will have a virtual learning day. Harford and Howard counties will also close 3 hours early today. St. Mary's County schools are closing 2 hours early. Charles County schools also closing 2 hours early. You can see all the early closures scrolling at the bottom of your screen. And of course, you can always go to FOX Baltimore.com.
Well, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a live look at some of the cameras around, well, the Baltimore region. This one in particular is just traveling down the JFX from 695 to President Street. Will take you 9 minutes.
Continuing coverage this morning, the 446th session of the General Assembly kicks off tomorrow, and juvenile crime is expected to be one of the major topics this year.
This comes as we are learning the first homicide victim this year's Baltimore is a 16-year-old boy. Now his mother is channeling her grief into a fight for justice.
Nothing I talk about not going to bring my son back. I'm not going to see that pretty smile. I'm not going to see that again.
Well, we have live team coverage this morning on the juvenile crime crisis, including the investigation into that 16-year-old's death.
Today, Governor Wes Moore will unveil his juvenile crime policy. Juvenile crime is expected to be a central focus inside the legislature, as we hear from police and prosecutors saying the laws in place are leaving their hands tied.
Jenna Lilly joins us live with the concerns that some have about the governor's support of the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, Vincent Schiraldi. Shannon.
Yeah, so we know, Patrice and Tom, that there are certainly mounting pressures on both the governor and Secretary Vincent Schiraldi when it comes to that juvenile crime. There are many people who want to see policy change. They want to see young people held accountable for their actions. And in just a few hours, we'll find out exactly what plans the governor has in store. So we're going to pull up some information about this press conference happening later on this morning at the State House in Annapolis at 11 a.m. Governor Moore is expected to roll out his plan to address juvenile crime and public safety statewide in the new year. And this is all coming ahead of the legislative session, which begins tomorrow. Now, DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi will be standing with the governor today. Schiraldi continues to face that criticism over the growing issue of juvenile crime in Maryland and a sense of little to no accountability. That frustration was on full display during a late December town hall here in the city. Take a listen.
I think there's a lot more accountability he needs to answer to.
Do you think that he understands the problem that is going on?
No, he doesn't. And he doesn't have to understand because it doesn't affect him directly. It's a paycheck to him.
What do you want to hear from the secretary about what's going on?
His resignation. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but I just don't think he gets it.
We needed to get a reformer, a person with a history of reforming systems inside of that seat.
So as you just heard there, despite the criticism, Governor Moore is standing behind his pick to lead DJS, Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, and he calls him a true reformer. In the meantime, again, we expect to learn more about the plans for public safety in the new year in that press conference this morning at 11. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. This brings us to our question of the day. If lawmakers do not change the juvenile crime laws, should they be recalled? As you see on the bottom of your screen right there, so far 97% of those who have voted responded yes. If you'd like to weigh in, you can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Join Fox 45 News for a Your Voice, Your Future State's Attorney Roundtable tomorrow. Top prosecutors Ivan Bates, Aisha Braveboy, Scott Schellenberger, and Rich Gibson will join us to discuss their legislative priorities for session 2024. That roundtable starts at 7 p.m. You can watch it live on foxbaltimore.com.
This morning, we start our State House Spotlight series. Delegate Kathy Szeliga and State Senator Jill Carter will be joining us live at 7:15 here in just a couple minutes to talk about the start of the session, plus their thoughts on the juvenile crime bills.
7:09 now. Your weather alert this morning. A slow-moving January storm set to hit the East Coast today.
Megan Gillen is in our live center now, breaking down the impacts for millions of Americans now in the storm's path. Megan.
Yeah, take a look at this here, guys. Up and down the East Coast, the National Weather Service just posting this update for the East Coast, forecasting that heavy rain to the north and then severe storms to the south there, and everyone seeing possible flooding here. And this, of course, is all part of that same system, guys, that is blowing just snow through the Central Plains here. You can see ongoing blizzard alerts through that area right now. Taking you live to Des Moines, Iowa. That snow still falling, a fresh blanket of snow on the ground there right now. Schools are closed there today as the northern part of the state is under a winter storm warning until 6 p.m. And take a look at this new video coming into our newsroom from New Mexico. Intense snow covering the town of Santa Rosa there. This was taken just last night. Whiteout conditions, and of course showing the strength of those powerful gusts that whipped through that region as well. Some of the largest reported snow totals as of last night, topping 13 inches in parts of Nebraska. And the storm isn't over yet. Many states dealing with this. It's expected to bring up to 10 inches of snow and possibly whiteout conditions to parts of Michigan today. Not to mention the wind here that we mentioned there, guys. Those winds already knocking out power to more than 22,000 people in the greater Houston area. And according to the National Weather Service, at least 2 tornadoes were detected yesterday north of Houston. Some severe weather here, and as a result, many states already preparing for the storm to hit. As it now makes its way to the East Coast here today, New Jersey's governor issuing a disaster declaration yesterday. We know several schools in Virginia and Maryland are set to close early. Let's go ahead and take a look at that list once again for you here this morning. As we look, we've got Anne Arundel here in Maryland closing 2 hours early. Allegheny County Public Schools is virtual this morning. There will be no after-school activities in Baltimore County. Calvert and Cecil counties closing 3 hours again. Charles County closing 2 hours early. Garrett County will have virtual learning today. Harford and Howard counties will close 3 hours early. Then we've got St. Mary's closing 2 hours early. And just a reminder, we're reading these to you. You can see the early closures there scrolling at the bottom of your screen and at foxbaltimore.com right now. As we look at our radar, we're seeing that weather inching closer and closer. We want to bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson. She has been timing out this weather alert day and when we can expect the greatest impacts. Amy.
Couple of impacts, Megan. Number one being the high winds. High wind warning actually posted for the areas right along the shoreline in that darker tan color. Everybody else under a wind advisory. Basically, this means we're going to see very, very strong wind gusts later this afternoon and especially this evening. That's not the only issue we face today. We've also got a flood watch posted for the region. 1 to 3 inches expected in most spots. Flooding will be likely in low-lying areas and by streams, creeks, and rivers. Here's a quick look at what's happening on the radar right now. You'll notice rain and snow showers entering extreme western Maryland. I'll let you know exactly when the showers arrive here in just about 10 minutes.
Well, here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. Our first State House Spotlight is happening in just a few minutes. This morning, we're holding our elected leaders accountable when it comes to the juvenile crime laws.
I don't think that people should stay silent about issues like this. I think it's inappropriate to take advantage of students that way.
A Parkville high school teacher caught on camera allegedly smoking with her students. In today's Project Baltimore report, why one student claims their classmate was taken advantage of. 7:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
We can only hope that they'll not listen to just folks like me or my 23 colleagues across the state or the chief prosecutors in their counties, but hopefully they'll listen to their citizens, because their citizens are saying the exact same thing. Enough's enough.
Catch these kids, and then 2 hours later they're released.
I think if you do a crime, you've killed someone, you've stolen a car, you're committing theft repeatedly, I don't understand why there should not be a response.
Some of our laws that have been passed recently do make it a little more challenging for us to hold them accountable.
This morning, state prosecutors, police, and parents are continuing to call for changes to Maryland's juvenile crime bills. The new legislative session in Annapolis starts tomorrow, and several big-ticket items are on the table. But first and foremost, for many, tackling the juvenile crime laws. For today's State House Spotlight, Delegate Kathy Schlega and Senator Jill Carter are joining us with a look at what is ahead for this session. Good morning to you, ladies.
Good morning, Patrice.
So juvenile crime is at the top of the list, and based on conversations we've had with both of you in the past, you have very different outlooks on crime. Senator Carter, let's start with you. You sponsored one of the bills, and you say that these are good bills. They're effective. You don't necessarily want to see them stripped and thrown out the way a lot of people do. Talk about what you want with these laws.
I think a couple of things are really important, and we've seen it if you pay attention to the public narrative and the media narrative and the police and prosecutor narrative for the last number of months. And one of those things is that for the most part, there's been a lack of understanding and education as to the laws, what the responsibilities of their various stakeholders are, the responsibilities of the Department of Juvenile Services, law enforcement, and prosecutors. And so I think that the first thing that we need to do, one, is ensure that everyone actually understands the laws and what can happen. And for example, if you remember at the early part of the summer, there was a lot of false narrative that there was nothing that police could do because of the laws. Their hands were completely tied. Of course, we've seen since then many things have been done. Many children, for those that think that arrest is the answer, the panacea, there's been many children that have been arrested. The question is, once children find themselves in these situations, what kinds of interventions, programs, services, and other mechanisms for accountability do we have?
Well, let me ask you, Delegate Schlega, I'm going to get to you, but Senator Carter, let me ask you, we're hearing from prosecutors, we're hearing from police. So when they say these laws are not working for us, we cannot effectively do our job, what is, I mean, do you think that they're making that up, or what do you think that the issue is? There is a disconnect somewhere.
I think there is absolutely a disconnect. And I think that you will see, stay tuned for the session. The first thing that people have to do when they make a claim is to produce the evidence that their claim is correct. And I don't think that we've seen that data or that evidence. Yes, there are issues within our juvenile system. And yes, it's all of our responsibility to ensure that our children are on the right path and that they are accountable is the big word for any wrongdoing. But that being said, you've got to even look at the fact that in many cases where there are prosecutions or arrest, there's only 40% in Baltimore City, for example, of actual prosecutions for car thefts.
Delegate Schlega, let me bring you into this. What would you like to see done with the juvenile crime laws?
Well, I think we have to look at what the state's attorneys are telling us. You have that town hall tomorrow with 4 prominent state's attorneys, and they're asking for these changes. They're very reasonable. You know, with all due respect to my good friend, Senator Carter, I have a bill to repeal the juvenile reform laws and to hold juveniles accountable who are under 13. Let's start there, because the laws prohibit law enforcement and the state's attorneys from getting involved unless someone under 13 has committed murder. That's not public safety, and that is not holding these juveniles accountable and getting them the services they need. And the other thing is the witness interrogation for juveniles. We know the state's attorneys are unified in asking for these 2 things to be repealed. And I'll be behind both of those measures.
All right, we just heard Senator Carter say that's not true, but let me move on to another.
It's not true. So part of the problem is misinformation. That is not true that children under 13 cannot be arrested or prosecuted unless it's murder. First of all, there is no bar for arrest for children or prosecution unless they are under the age of 10. There's a different category from 10 to 13. But at the end of the day, we have to base our responses on actual data and facts, not hypotheticals and not false narratives. And so I want to really quickly, my bill, the Michaela Strader Act, which passed the Senate unanimously but failed to get a vote in the House, which would address the under 10-year-olds, for example, the 9-year-old that shot and wound up killing Michaela Strader. My bill that would make a mandatory sentence petition for any child that is not eligible for prosecution, I think is one of the steps in the right direction.
Okay, Delegate
Well,
Slager,
I
I'm
would
going to let you jump in.
disagree. Yeah, I disagree. The centers are not working child in need of services. We are listening to what law enforcement and the prosecutors are telling us. It is the catch and release. These children, the Baltimore County juvenile that was 11 who stole at least 18 cars was continually released to their parent. There are problems in juvenile services. I agree. They are not doing their job. But the data shows us that children under 13 are committing crimes, and that the state's attorneys and the police are telling us they don't have the tools they need. So
they've got to use the tools that they have.
We're
are not using those tools.
We're going to have to stop it here, but we know that these are the issues that you all will be tackling as that session starts tomorrow. So we'll of course be following along with that. We thank you both.
Thank you so much, Patrice.
Well, now we need to find out exactly what's going on with the weather as there's a massive system moving our way across the state.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here with the forecast and the timing of all of this.
Yeah, it's right on our heels currently. We're already seeing rain and snow showers now push into extreme western parts of Maryland. We'll be next here in Baltimore. It's not too far away. I think over the next couple of hours, that's when we see the showers start to rush in. It's not until later today that we feel the worst of the impacts from this weather maker. 1 to 3 inches of heavy rain, that's what we're tracking, along with the potential for river and stream flooding. We could see wind gusts as high as 50 to 60 miles an hour, and that's what's going to lead to power outages and also downed trees, causing some issues later tonight heading into tomorrow morning. Right now, looking down at the Inner Harbor, all is quiet while we wait on that storm. The clouds are here. Temperatures are hanging out close to 40. Winds aren't bad at the moment. We've got an easterly wind at 10 miles an hour. That number is really going to ramp up today as this moves in. So our future scan a little delayed here. I think it's going to be a couple hours, and then we start to see the showers push in. Steady rain all day long. Not too many changes here as I move forward through time. You'll notice things get heavier in terms of our rainfall starting after 3 o'clock, and then here comes the main event. Coming through this evening around 8 o'clock, that's the passage of the actual storm system. That's when we'll experience the heaviest rain and the strongest winds. That should rush out of here by 11 o'clock tonight, and after that, we dry things out overnight. A couple of leftover showers tomorrow morning, but then we're going to start the drying process and the cleanup process too, because we've got a bunch of issues on our hands. Number one being damaging wind gusts, very, very strong winds with this system, very heavy rain too. That could lead to some flooding, especially in coastal locations. And then power outages will also be a concern for the second half of tonight. And that's not our only weather maker coming this week. We've got another one on Friday. Looks pretty similar. So we've got a couple of days to dry out in between, and then another soggy day ahead of us on Friday. Friday, we're tracking more steady rain, more gusty winds as this system pushes through and actually gets out in here just in time for the start of the weekend. So here's what that means for your weekend. Rain likely on Friday into early Saturday, but after that, we're drier and turning much colder come Sunday. Weather alert today because of that strong system moving through. We'll briefly dry things out Wednesday and Thursday before another round of rain comes in Friday into Saturday, and then the cold stuff arrives Sunday and for MLK Day on Monday. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. The excitement building for the Orioles baseball. That's right. When you have a chance to meet the players and coaches hoping to make another run for the playoffs.
And with the zoo this morning, we'll be talking about the animals that embrace the cold and also avoid the cold. Hey, they're just like us. We'll get into that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
7:28, we have some good news for O's fans. Birdland Caravan returning later this month.
Fans will have the chance to meet players and coaches as excitement builds for the upcoming season.
Now, the tour runs from January 25th through the 27th, and we'll be making stops in 14 cities across our state. In our area, the tour will stop in Baltimore City, Catonsville, Columbia, Havre de Grace, and Timonium.
More information on the schedule is available on the Orioles website. You just need to search Birdland Caravan.
And we are weather alert this morning. Now, when you look outside right here at the Inner Harbor, it looks great, but we're tracking our next weather maker set to bring some heavy rains, heavy winds through our region in a matter of hours. Meteorologist Amy Aronson busy all morning tracking the timing of the system ahead in her full forecast. 7:28, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 Morning News is keeping you weather alert as our team of meteorologists tracks our next weather maker set to bring heavy rain, strong winds, and potential flooding.
You see on the left side of your screen, the Weather Authority HD radar shows the system moving in from the west. On the top right, you can see a live look at the Inner Harbor, which looks great this morning. Things are really calm right now. Bottom right, live look at our roads from our Lens Solar mobile track on the outer loop just past 795.
Well, welcome back on this Tuesday morning, 7:32 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to Amy Aronson, our meteorologist, in looking at the forecast and how it's going to change and why so many schools are getting out early today.
Yeah, it's all about the timing today. We're tracking rain pretty much all day long once it moves in, but the worst of it is coming late this evening. So in advance of all this, we've got a flood watch. This does not go into effect until 3 o'clock this afternoon, 3 o'clock through early Wednesday morning. I think we could actually see some of the worst of the flooding early Wednesday morning as the rain moves out along rivers and streams and any water sources. So right along the bay, we could also see some coastal flooding there. We've also got a high wind warning for that area along the shoreline. They'll see the highest winds today, up to 50, 60 miles an hour. Everybody else looking at gusts between 40 and 50 miles an hour. So power outages will also be a top concern. Coming up in 10 minutes, I've got an updated look at the timeline of this system. I'll let you know exactly how much rain we're expecting in your area. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at several of the area school systems being dismissed early this morning. We just had one added 30 seconds ago. We're talking about Anne Arundel will be closing 2 hours early. There will be no after-school activities in Baltimore County Public Schools. Cecil Calvert County Schools will close 3 hours early. In Garrett County, we'll have a virtual learning day. Hartford, Howard counties will also close 3 hours early today. St. Mary's County closes 2 hours early. Charles County schools will close 2 hours early. This list is scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Prince George's County just posted that they are going to be closing down. This is just a matter of seconds ago. 2 hour early dismissal. Prince George's County just updating theirs, so the early dismissal.
Well, let's get a look at what's happening on the roadways right now. This is the calm before the storm, literally. We're taking a live look over Ruxton Road and Charles Street, and people are up and out and moving with no issues this morning. The commute home will be a different story.
A Baltimore County high school has launched an investigation into one of its own teachers after a video surfaced showing the teacher smoking an unknown substance with her students.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps obtained that video, which has students talking.
I don't think that people should stay silent about issues like this.
Project Baltimore is not identifying this person.
I think it's inappropriate to take advantage of students that way.
Because they are currently a student at Parkville High School.
It puts a bad name on Parkville, and it definitely is a distraction.
We spoke with this student about this video that has recently surfaced at the school and quickly became the center of a scandal.
She's fairly young in her teaching career, and I just thought that it was a disgusting thing to do, knowing that these kids are, I mean, they jump at an opportunity to do that with, you know, the cool teacher.
The video was recorded in January 2023, 1 year ago. It begins with this teenager, who we are not identifying because she is a minor. She is sitting outside at a table with 3 other people who she introduces by name. 2 of them are also teenagers who we are not identifying. The third is this woman in the hooded sweatshirt, identified in the video as Spraker.
You got a Spraker?
At 14 seconds into the video, the teenager pauses as Spraker leans over and offers her an unknown substance. The teenager then inhales and blows smoke into the camera. The video ends. Project Baltimore has confirmed all 3 teenagers in the video are students at Parkville High School. The woman in the sweatshirt, identified as Spraker, is 25-year-old Sierra Spraker, a social studies teacher at Parkville High School. I'm calling for Sierra Spraker. Project Baltimore reached out to Spraker. We texted, emailed, and left a voicemail, but never heard back. The next day, what appears to be Spraker's social media accounts on Instagram and LinkedIn, which identify her as a Baltimore County teacher, were shut down. We also called all 3 students who appear in the video. We spoke with 2 of the students and a relative for the third. They all declined to comment on the video, which was recorded 12 months ago. We asked the student why it took a year for the video to surface.
I think what took so long was that the teacher had become friends with so many kids and they wanted to protect her, and I think they just didn't want her getting in trouble.
Last week, as the video was circulating around the school, Parkville High School's principal sent this letter home to parents. The principal references the video, saying it shows a teacher engaged in inappropriate behavior with a group of students. Project Baltimore, on Wednesday of last week, sent the video to Baltimore County Public Schools' central office, asking what actions, if any, the district is taking to address the situation. We received a response saying this incident is under investigation. Sources tell FOX45 Spraker was teaching Tuesday, January 2nd at the school. but she has been out since. What do you think should happen?
I think she should have her license revoked. I think she shouldn't be teaching at any school, and I think some real legal repercussions should be taken.
Project Baltimore will continue to follow this story. If you have any information on this incident, or if you have any other concerns about your child's education, call our hotline, send me an email, follow us on social media, or go to foxbaltimore.com. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Chris, well, looking ahead to tomorrow, next state legislative session begins, and key issues your elected leaders will be discussing.
Fox 45 Morning News is a weather alert. We're tracking heavy rain and strong winds heading into our region. Meteorologist Amy Aronson will let us know when things will start to pick up. That's still ahead in her full Weather Authority forecast. 7:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.41, and if you're just waking up with us, know it's a weather alert day.
That's right. You're going to need to be prepared for what's coming. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is joining us with a look at the forecast and the timing of it all.
Yeah, little delayed here, but we are watching the showers now rushing into western parts of the state, starting as snow for the extreme western parts of Maryland, the higher elevations. But in Hagerstown, it looks like just a chilly rain right now. All this green stuff is headed our direction over the next couple of hours. So I think by the tail end of your morning commute, your morning drive, we're going to be dealing with the rain. Not only are we dealing with heavy rain today, we're also tracking the potential for very strong winds. If you take a look at our road conditions for the rest of today, not bad this morning. We're actually still dry at the moment. Rain should start shortly, but after that, it's going to be rainy through the midday hours. I actually think the worst time to travel will be later this afternoon, this evening through tonight. That's when we're tracking the heaviest rain and also the highest wind gusts. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I will break down the timeline of this system in much more detail, and we'll also take a look ahead at how much rain we're expecting from it through tonight. Back to you.
Thank you, Amy. Calls to hold young criminals accountable. When we will know the governor's plan to combat juvenile crime and public safety.
And the beltways may be big enough for the two of them. Why there's a chance we could see the Harbaugh brothers on opposite sidelines in the NFL. 7:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$7:45. Ravens fans, just sit back, relax for the week. Your team is doing the same thing.
That's right. Just like 2019, the Flock is the top seed in the AFC playoffs, and they're going to spend this weekend watching to see who they're going to play in the AFC divisional round. Unlike 2019, the Ravens will hold a full week of practices starting tomorrow. That's probably better. The goal to avoid the rust that helped see them knocked out early in the 2019 postseason. Coaches and players alike saying they have a true bye-week mentality.
Now we have an opportunity and challenge to take it into the postseason and play the best football that we possibly can. And I'm excited for our guys to do that, and I know they're going to work hard to prepare to do that.
We've written a lot of pages in our book right now that set us up pretty good right now. So, you know, we got a week to prepare, then find out who we got to play, then we go into that.
Well, here's the AFC playoff picture. The Ravens on the bye. The other division winners are the Bills, Chiefs, and Texans. Two of the three wildcard teams also from the AFC North, the Browns and Steelers. Miami is in between the two as the 6th seed.
Browns, Texans, Dolphins, Chiefs are on Saturday. Then AFC wildcard ends Sunday with Steelers, Bills. After that, the Ravens will know their opponent as well as the game day and time. Then the countdown is on to the divisional round at the Bank, either January 20th or the 21st. I thought there was a Monday night game. Well, at the top seed, the Ravens will be playing the lowest seeded AFC team remaining after the wild card round. Due to the 4-5 matchup, it cannot be the Bills or the Chiefs.
But it could be the Browns, the Texans, the Dolphins, or the Steelers, all teams the Ravens have faced this season. It would be horrible if it was the Steelers, since we allowed them to be there. Fox 45 is your home for our playoff football this weekend. Tune in on Sunday as the Green Bay Packers take on the Dallas Cowboys in the NFC Wild Card round. That kickoff is at 4:30 p.m. right here on Fox 45.
7:47 is the time, and we know Washington Commanders' coaching job is now up for grabs. Somebody has been watching the signs, and rumors are starting to swirl. Ravens coach John Harbaugh could have a family member moving to the area.
You think? Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center. She's got to look at why people are talking about this.
The potential candidates is what we're talking about here, guys. Fresh off a college national championship win last night, Michigan coach, you see him right there, Jim Harbaugh. John Harbaugh's brother is said to be one of the potential candidates to become the head coach of the Washington Commanders. A possible bro battle of the Beltways brewing here this morning, guys. But keep in mind, Jim is said to be a highly sought-after candidate all across the NFL. Again, his team won the CFP National Championship just last night, overpowering the Washington Huskies 34-13. But coming to D.C., again, that would bring him closer to his brother here in Baltimore, so we'll see if that has any pull. Now, taking a look at the other candidates, also on the list of potential candidates, again, we emphasize that, Ravens defensive coordinator Mike McDonald and associate head coach Anthony Weaver said to be in the running. Raheem Morris, Rams defensive coordinator and former secondary coach in Washington, also on that list. The search, though, guys, this is just beginning. It was just time will tell if that brings another Harbaugh to the area, if he goes to another NFL team, or if he stays there in Michigan. That's the latest from our live center. Tom Patrice.
Thank you, Megan. Now, we are weather alert, and there's a system that's moving through Maryland right now, and it's nasty on the western side.
Let's get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson and see what it's going to bring for us here.
Yeah, it's eventually going to be pretty nasty here, too. We're tracking heavy rain, river and stream flooding, plus some very, very high winds. Winds gusting up to 50, 60 miles an hour in some spots, and that could lead to some power outages plus some downed trees. So a lot of issues coming up later today. Right now, all is quiet and calm looking down at the Inner Harbor. Cloudy to begin. Winds coming in from the east already at 10 miles an hour. That number is really going to ramp up as the storm system takes over. And it is closing in on Maryland as we speak. Our future scan a little speedy right now. It is showing the rain already here. Not the case just yet. I think we've got a couple more hours to wait. But by the end of your morning drive, that's when we see showers rushing in and then steady rain after that. Rain does not let up at any point today. The heaviest stuff holds off until late this afternoon. After 3 o'clock, that's when we get some rounds of heavy rain, followed by this. That's the main event. That's when we get slammed with downpours along with some very strong winds as the actual storm system pushes through and races through our area. By tomorrow morning, we're going to dry out, but at that point, tides will rise, and I think we could see some additional flooding, especially in coastal locations. So here's a look at all the threats we're tracking today. Number 1, very high winds. Number 2, heavy rain, 1 to 3 inches in a lot of spots. Coastal flooding could be significant later today, all the way through tomorrow morning as tides continue to peak, and then power outages will also be a concern. And this is just weather maker number 1 this week. Weather maker number 2 coming through on Friday. Doesn't this look familiar? We're going to repeat the whole process. Another powerful storm system races through the area with another round of soggy conditions and gusty winds as we head throughout your Friday afternoon and your Friday night. Quick look at what that means for your weekend forecast. Rain is likely again on Friday through early Saturday. Sunday, we just turn much colder. Remember, we are weather alert today because of the heavy rain and the high winds and the potential for flooding. I think the worst of the storm coming between 4 and 10 o'clock tonight. After that, we're dry for a couple of days before more rain returns on Friday. Tom, Patrice.
And with the Maryland Zoo this morning, just checking the phone to find out the weather. Maryland Zoo this morning, and again, the hours are changed because of the weather, but we still have a lot of activity here. We'll go behind the scenes with the chimps and more coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Well, bike lanes, they may be part of your daily drive through the city. But are there enough cyclists in Baltimore City to justify creating more?
And now it's time for us to pause for a minute and take a coffee break.
7:55 and the cold weather is on its way. The animals at the zoo, they're bundling up for winter.
Smart. Mark Clark is live at the Maryland Zoo checking out how they are preparing for the cold. Mark, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm with Pam, and Pam is an expert. Don't let her beautiful face fool you. She's one of the best experts working with the chimps. And again, it's winter. The hours are different here at the zoo, but that doesn't change as far as the activities that happen, right? You know, behind the scenes and what we see and what we don't see, right, Pam?
Correct. So you'll see behind us, we have this nice big indoor space for all the chimps. We have 15 chimps here. But we do like to try to get them outside, so we're always looking at the weather, watching you guys to see what the weather is. And they can go out at 35 degrees, but you can see we have lots of little ones out here. They cannot, so we're always kind of seeing if we can send them out or not. And when they go out at 35 degrees, they do have the option to come inside to nice heated bedrooms, so they can choose.
Aww.
They do like the snow. They'll usually eat it when they go out there if it's snowing and warm enough. So we're always making sure they've got heat and extra blankets. Sometimes the keepers will make them warm tea, so they're spoiled.
I love it. And so, Pam, again, guys, our zoo is one of the finest zoos in the world. Pam's one of the experts as far as taking the babies and kind of like, you know, when they don't have their mama, Pam ends up being their mama. And so, again, come take advantage of this zoo, guy. We have one of the finest ones in the world.
It's always awesome there, but my goodness, they've got a lot of chimps up and active this morning.
Thank you, Mark. If you'd like to get some more information about the winter at the zoo, we've got that linked right to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Fox 45 Morning News is keeping you weather alert as our team of meteorologists tracks a system bringing heavy rain and strong winds to the region. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking the timing in her full Weather Authority forecast. 7:57, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Strong winds and rain could bring flooding to the region. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you how the city of Annapolis is preparing.
Governor Wes Moore is set to announce his juvenile crime plan. We've got a preview of the announcement and details of what we can expect from the Department of Juvenile Services.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Here we go. We are taking a live look over the Inner Harbor, the roads, and our Weather Authority radar. As we are weather alert this morning, we are tracking heavy rain with the potential for flooding and strong wind gusts here today.
Well, good morning to you on this Tuesday, January 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. This morning, we have live team coverage for you, trying to help you keep you weather alert.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live with how you can prepare for the flooding that may be coming to your area.
But we begin with meteorologist Amy Aronson. And a look at the forecast, the timing of all of this, Amy.
Yeah, exactly. We are awaiting the heavier rain right now. We're actually just seeing the first showers creep their way into western parts of Maryland, starting to show up right along I-70 there. So I think within the next hour, we will be seeing the rain. You could already see Olivia's hair kind of blowing in the breeze, so I think winds are already picking up, especially in the Annapolis area. We've got a couple of alerts to let you know about. First, we've got a flood watch out for the entire region. 1 to 3 inches of rain is what we're calling for. That plus an already saturated ground and high winds could result in some flooding in low-lying areas and coastal locations. And then we've got some high winds. The highest winds will be seen in the area shaded in the darker tans. That's where we have the high wind warning, wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour there. Everybody else could see gusts as high as 50 miles an hour. So we are looking at both as a concern today. Rain should get started shortly, and after that, it's going to be rainy for the remainder of your morning drive heading into lunchtime. Heaviest rain will be seen for your commute home this evening. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll break down when exactly we'll see the heaviest rain and the strongest winds in our area. No, now let's check in actually with Olivia Dance, who has been live in Annapolis all morning long where they're preparing for flooding. That area could get hit later today, right, Olivia?
Yeah, absolutely, Amy. And the wind is already starting to pick up here since when we were out here earlier this morning. So you can already feel that. And it is cloudy out here. But right now, I want to go ahead and bring in Nicole Torres. She is with the Annapolis Office of Emergency Management. Good morning, Nicole.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for joining us. And behind us, we see that you guys are giving out sandbags. We've been seeing residents and business owners come here all morning, taking advantage of that. Tell us about that, and then also the other preparations the city's doing.
Sure. So the city of Annapolis is handing out sandbags, like you said, to residents and businesses. We were out here yesterday. We'll be here till noon today. 10 for businesses, 5 for residents, just to help with the flood preparations.
Now, how much of a concern is this storm? Because, I mean, we were just talking about how the wind is starting to pick up. You can see the water's a little bit choppy, but later today we know that the tide is a big concern. There could be potentially record-breaking tide levels, right?
That is correct. So you mentioned the winds. We're expecting 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, so heavy winds. And then as far as the flooding is concerned, we can expect about 4.8 to 5 feet above average.
Wow.
So to put that in perspective, our pumps, we are typically good up to 3.5 feet above average. So we will definitely see significant flooding, at least in the city dock and the downtown area.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy when you think about it. And that's where the sandbags, of course, will come in handy for residents and businesses here. Any other advice for people? Hopefully people don't have to be out on the roads driving, but if they are, just some safety tips.
Of course. So one thing we always tell people is turn around, don't drown. If you see water in the roadway, just drive around it, find a detour, just because it's difficult to tell how deep water actually is. It only takes about 6 inches of water to sweep someone off their feet, so you shouldn't be wading through the waters, you shouldn't be kayaking out there. And like I mentioned, with the strong winds, tie down any objects you might have outside. We've had storms recently that brought down some limbs, people had Christmas decorations out. Make sure that those are put away, secured, that way they don't become flying projectiles.
Absolutely. Great advice. Thank you so much for speaking with us. And these sandbags, you guys are going to be giving them out for a couple more hours. So residents and business owners here in Annapolis definitely want to come out here and get prepared for this storm. Thank you so much, Nicole. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, 8:04 now. We have live team coverage this morning on the juvenile crime crisis, including an investigation into the first homicide of the year, the death of a 16-year-old.
Meanwhile, today, Governor Wes Moore will unveil his juvenile crime policy. Juvenile crime is expected to be a central focus inside the legislature as we hear from police and prosecutors saying the laws in place are leaving their hands tied.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live now with the concerns that some have about the governor's support of the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, Vincent Schiraldi. Shannon.
Yeah, so we know, Patrice and Megan, that there is certainly mounting pressure from the community on both the governor and Secretary Schiraldi when it comes to juvenile crime. Some people want policy change. They want young people to be held accountable. And very soon, in just a few hours, we'll find out exactly what the governor has in store when it comes to the plan to keep you safe this year. So we're going to pull up some information here about this press conference that's set to happen At 11 a.m. in Annapolis at the State House, Governor Moore is expected to roll out his plan to address juvenile crime and public safety statewide in the new year. And this is all coming ahead of the legislative session, which, believe it or not, starts tomorrow. The DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi will be standing with the governor today. Schiraldi continues to face that criticism over the growing issue of juvenile crime in Maryland and the sense of little to no accountability. That frustration was on full display during a late December town hall here in the city. Take a listen.
I think there's a lot more accountability he needs to answer to.
Do you think that he understands the problem that is going on?
No, he doesn't. And he doesn't have to understand because it doesn't affect him directly. It's a paycheck to him.
What do you want to hear from the secretary about what's going on?
His resignation. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but I just don't think he gets it.
We needed to get a reformer, a person with a history of reforming systems inside of that seat.
So as you just heard, despite the criticism, Governor Moore continues to stand by his pick to lead DJS, Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, calling him a true reformer. And once again, we do expect to learn more about the plan for public safety in the new year in this press conference that's happening at 11. Of course, we plan to be there and we will keep you posted. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Shannon, thank you. We are learning Baltimore's first homicide victim of the year is just 16 years old. This morning, that teen's mother speaking exclusively with Fox 45 News about the city's juvenile crime crisis.
Taylor Stewart joins us live in studio with more on the investigation. Taylor.
That's right. Baltimore police are investigating who shot 16-year-old Noah Gibson. Just 16 years old here, as we said, and he was killed over the holiday break. We spoke to the Carver vocational student's mother, Chantrice Gibson. Now, investigators say officers found Noah shot in an alley on Gorman Avenue near West Baltimore Street. This was after they responded to a shot spotter alert around 2 a.m. January 2nd. A neighborhood's back alley camera picked up the sounds of about a dozen bullets. Take a listen.
My main thing is why. When children are doing something wrong, you don't have to pull out a gun. You know, there's other ways of handling situations instead of handling it how way that you feel like you want to handle it.
Now, Gibson says her son was not perfect. He'd been under the supervision of the Department of Juvenile Services. Noah still deserves justice, though, and Gibson says as investigators look for the shooter, she's urging people to come forward with information that can help homicide detectives. You can call that number there on the bottom of your screen, but in the meantime, we'll be closely watching the upcoming debates from the floor in the Capitol as juvenile crime remains a central concern this session. Back to you.
Coming up, with the governor's crime plan coming today, many residents are eager to hear how their elected leaders plan to deal with juvenile crime. Still ahead, we're diving into the issue and looking at what some believe should be done.
And now is the time to run through your storm checklist. Make sure you do all of these things today before the heavy rain and the strong winds move in, because we could certainly see some power outages later this afternoon and tonight. I've got an updated look at exactly when the worst of the storm is expected to occur in our area in just a couple of minutes. It's 8:08. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 12 on this weather alert. Rain is now closing in on the Baltimore area, and we are expecting a couple of issues because of that. Not only are we expecting heavy rain today, also gusty winds and then some flooding. So here's a preview of our high tide times for both today and tomorrow. This is when we could see some coastal flooding occur. We are expecting flood levels to increase to about 4 feet above average. That will certainly result in some flooding in the areas that typically see it. So that's one example of that would be Dock Street in Annapolis. They are expecting some flooding to occur there both this afternoon and then especially tomorrow morning. I think that's when we'll actually see the worst of it. So coming up in 10 minutes, I'll take you through the timeline for this weather maker, let you know when the heaviest rain and highest winds are expected here in our area. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Amy, thank you. Here's a look at the headlines still to come this hour. Coming up, new video showing a Baltimore County teacher smoking an unknown substance with students. Ahead, Project Baltimore investigates what happened and how the school is responding.
And with the first legislative session of the year kicking off tomorrow, juvenile crime is at the forefront for many lawmakers. Up next, we're looking at how they may tackle the issue and what some residents believe should be done. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
There's no way you can tell me that they can't get a hold on this crime right now. There's no way you can tell me that. They refuse to do it. You put this in place. So they're obeying the laws that you put in place. And we have to live with the consequences of that.
Frustration there from the mother of Aaliyah Gonzalez, a victim of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. The same concerns that she shared will soon echo in the State House as the legislature prepares to open its first session of the year tomorrow. This morning, law enforcement expert Mari Richards joining us live to weigh in on the changes that he'd like to see. Mari, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Megan. Good morning.
You know, we've been talking about juvenile crime for months now. No doubt a focus tomorrow and throughout this session. Mari, what needs to happen to make Maryland safer?
Well, I tell you, the main thing is there has to be a repeal of the juvenile justice reform law that doesn't hold juveniles accountable and also the interrogation law. Without those things get knocked out, there's no hope that anything's going to be changed. And that, you know, you featured Crystal Gonzalez, the mother of Aaliyah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she's smart, articulate, serious, and honest. I wish we had people like that in the State House making these decisions.
Mari, with your background, how do the laws in place that we have right now impact policing?
Well, it makes it almost impossible to do. You know, if juveniles 13 and under can't be held accountable, that's how you get these young criminals doing, you know, 18 car thefts, being returned to their mother. What happens with these kids, not only do they see no consequences, but gangs and other organized criminals start to use them more to commit these crimes.
Let's talk about if the change does happen in Annapolis over this session, Mari, some of the changes that you had mentioned, how long does it take to start seeing change in the street?
I think you see change almost immediately. Immediately. Just look at what Ivan Bates has done and Eric Barron in a very short time.
Right.
And that's up against these laws. So if the laws were pro-victim instead of pro-criminal, it would turn things around.
Okay.
You'd be like night and day.
Well, Mari, we appreciate you weighing in this morning as we gear up for tomorrow and hearing the session get underway. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
It's 8:19. We need to get back over to meteorologist Amy Aronson.
Yeah, we are just now seeing the first showers arrive here in our area. That's the light green you're seeing here on radar, now moving into Westminster, Towson, Cockeysville, just west of Baltimore City. So this is just the start of what's going to be a very long, rainy and windy day. Not quite at the Inner Harbor just yet. All is quiet currently, cloudy and cool. Temperatures starting off above freezing. It will all be rain for us today. Heavy rain, that's what we're expecting, especially for the second half of the day. That's going to lead to some significant flooding, not only in low-lying areas, but also in coastal locations near high tide, both today and again tomorrow morning. We're also looking at the potential for very strong wind gusts near 60 miles an hour at the shoreline, 50 miles an hour everywhere else. This is quite the storm. It extends from the Gulf Coast all the way up into the Midwest. We've got snow on the northern side of things, severe weather to the south. For us, we're in the middle. We're going to get the heavy rain and the very strong winds as the storm really ramps up and plows through our area. Producing snow in western parts of the state right now in the higher elevations, but for us, it's all this. Yeah, all rain today. Soaking rain for the remainder of your morning drive as we head into the lunchtime hour. Moderate rain at times. I think the heaviest stuff comes late this afternoon, early this evening, starting around 3, 4 o'clock, and then the really heavy stuff right around 8 o'clock tonight. That's when the actual storm system lifts to our region. At that point, downpours are likely, along with some extremely strong wind gusts. Showers should wrap up shortly after that, but even as the system moves out, around high tide early Wednesday morning, we'll see some lingering flooding because of this system. So impacts will last for at least 24 hours. Here's a look at how much rainfall we're expecting. It's a lot. These numbers soar 1 to 3 inches in a lot of spots. Then we've got the winds. We're tracking peak wind gusts. These numbers just updated. Look how powerful these winds are going to be. By 10 a.m. this morning, already looking at the potential for gusts close to 40 miles an hour. We've got gusts near 50, 60 miles an hour as we head through this afternoon and this evening. Pretty incredible wind speeds here as we head through the rest of your Tuesday night. It's not until tomorrow morning that these numbers will start to come down as this storm system finally pulls out of here. But at that point, we could be left behind with power outages because of the strong winds along with downed trees. So a lot ahead of us today, gearing up for a very soggy day out there. Temperature-wise, we're mild. We're in the mid-50s this afternoon and this evening. I think the heaviest rain, the strongest winds come through tonight, lasting through about 9, 10 o'clock. After that, things will quiet down. We are weather alert because of all of that today. It's going to be a messy day out there. Be prepared for potential power outages and down trees that could last until tomorrow morning. Luckily, the weather cooperates tomorrow. Once we get through the morning flood threat with the coastal flooding, it's just breezy and dry for the rest of the day. But then another weather maker comes with more rain Friday into early Saturday, followed by a quick cool down for the second half of the holiday weekend. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Amy, thank you. Coming up, we are weather alert as heavy rain and intense wind sweeps through the area. Still ahead, we have what you need to know to prepare for the flooding in your area.
And we're here, come on out, Sophia, see us. We're at the zoo. And again, in the wintertime, sometimes you get to see them when they're out, sometimes you don't. But we'll tell you all about it coming up. That's the beautiful Sophia playing with us right now. Come on, Sophia, come on and be on television. She's like, nope. Fox 45 Morning News, all local. All
$8:25. Some animals head indoors during the winter, understandably, but the ones with thick fur, this is their time to shine.
Mark Clark, live at the Maryland Zoo with where the animals are camping out for these cold months. Mark, how's it going out there?
It's perfect with Pam, and Pam is with Sophia, and Sophia's getting one of her favorite treats. Pam, what is that? What's she drinking there?
This is goat's milk, so we get it powdered, we just mix it with water, and we use it just for training. So we do a lot of positive reinforcement training with her, and this is her favorite.
That's what I use with my kids. So actually, you can go to the website and actually see the animals that are out, the animals that are in during the winter season, right?
Correct. And this Amber leopard, Sophia, is one you will see out pretty much all year long. She actually is from cold climate, so she'll be out in the snow, she'll be out when it's really, really cold, and she really loves it.
And so she's gorgeous, as you can see, guys. Last time we were here, she came out and saw us, but now Pam gave us a treat because she's got that goat's milk. Again, different hours in the wintertime, but again, it's still a perfect time to come to the zoo and check out all that's going on. All they have to do is go to the website and check that out, right?
Correct, yeah.
I love it.
Please come out. Yeah.
Well, Pam, always great to see you. Pam is special. Pam works with the primates, and she also works with Sophia. She's special, so come see Pam.
And Sophia is well trained because as soon as that milk came up, she goes up. So
calm.
Look at that.
Great.
She's got it.
That's
All
amazing.
All right, Mark. If you want more information about getting out to the zoo, go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Coming up, we are weather alert as heavy wind and rain are going to roll into our region. Stick around after the break. We've got an update on the storm and a look at how you can prepare for the inclement weather.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, January 9th. I'm Megan Gilland.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and it's all about the storm that's headed our way and what's going to change this afternoon.
You bet. Meteorologist Amy Aronson timing out this weather alert day for us.
Yeah, lots going to change as we head into the afternoon. Right now, we're actually seeing some changes on the radar, and that's some rain moving in. Rain arriving in parts of Baltimore County. You'll notice it's in Westminster right now, just creeping its way into Baltimore City, too. So over the next hour, that rain will continue to push from west to east. You could actually see the update there in that time frame. So we are seeing changes, and that's the steady rain coming in today. We are tracking some pretty heavy stuff for the second half of the day. I think the worst of it will come after 3-4 this afternoon. At that point, some heavy rain for your drive home, along with some very, very strong winds. Winds gusting as high as 50 miles an hour in a lot of spots, close to 60 near the shoreline, and that could lead to some power outages along with some downed trees and branches, which could also cause some issues not only for your drive home this evening, but also tomorrow morning. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know what other issues we face because of the rain, and I'll let you know exactly how long this weather maker is going to stick around today. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. Let's get over to Olivia Dance. She is live in Annapolis with how they're preparing for the flooding that could hit that area. Olivia, they're already preparing behind you.
Yeah, good morning, Megan. They certainly are. And we're starting to see some raindrops here, and the wind is certainly picking up from since we were out here earlier this morning. But the Annapolis Office of Emergency Management just behind us here is monitoring the storm and handing out sandbags to residents and business owners. Here, businesses get 10 sandbags. Residents, I believe they said get 10 or get 5. So they are definitely prepared, and residents are definitely taking advantage of this as well. We've seen several people come and pick up those sandbags this morning, but you can see that this area is raised right on the water. So they have a high risk of getting some flooding. There's also a sign up further on Dock Street here asking for anyone that's parked in this area to remove their car by today because of this potential for flooding. Now, I also spoke with the Anne Arundel County Office of Emergency Management about their preparations for this storm. Take a listen.
Our main concerns are the fact that we already had a little bit of rain, so the ground's already wet and saturated. So adding more water on top of that, it's going to make it easier to flood, higher risk of flash flooding. And then you've also got that will bring down trees and power lines, causing some outages and blockages of the roads.
Now, peak flooding is forecasted for around 3 tomorrow morning, but the department is up staffing to ensure they have crews ready to respond quickly. A 5-foot tide would be the third highest in Annapolis history since the 1930s, and a tide of 4.8 is expected tomorrow morning. Pretty crazy number there. Now, Casey Thomas, who you just heard from the Office of Emergency Management, says they are concerned about that coastal flooding, but they again are up staffing and coordinating in advance so that they have the resources if needed. But not only is flooding a concern, this storm could also bring high winds. Again, as I mentioned, we're already starting to see that wind pick up since we were out here just a few hours ago. So the county and the city are preparing for any impact that high wind could bring. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Now we want to take a look at your Lynn Stoller traffic network. Some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. There is one incident, the inner loop right near 70 in 695, and that's causing a slight delay. But the further west you go, the worse it gets. As you were listening to Amy, this is 70, and you can see the camera shooting just southeast here. This is the eastbound lanes in a pickup truck in the median. Then if you go further west and you take a look at what is going on, here you go. Yeah, you can see the snow that's falling there. Anything really past Hagerstown is really nasty, and there's a lot of accidents out on 68 and 70. So if you're coming in from West Virginia and Ohio area coming through Maryland, you're going to have a long way and a long wait because eastbound lanes are closed in multiple different areas before you even get to Hagerstown. Well, 8:33, continuing our coverage this morning, there are more questions about Baltimore's bike lane plan as engineers and residents argue the city's falling short in its background research.
Baltimore's bike lane initiative comes with a price tag of about $73 million.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with some of the concerns surrounding the plan and its implementation. Shannon?
Well, for many of us, Tom and Megan, they are a part of our daily drive through the city. Bike lanes can be seen here along South President Street and really on roads throughout the city. But now there are glaring questions about the research being used to justify the development of more bike lanes. In fact, we're learning from transportation officials that they are only now just beginning to count exactly how many bikers are actually biking in Baltimore.
We did get a grant where we have installed some bike counters in certain locations. Beyond the bike counters, I don't know that we have actual data.
If we are basing millions of dollars on a plan that is supposed to be moving forward into communities, we need to have that data readily available and available to the council people.
So those issues were brought up at a recent city council meeting. Meanwhile, look at this, though. On this stretch of Harford Road, drivers are backed up after the city eliminated 2 lanes of traffic and instead installed 2 lanes for bikes. So transportation officials insist, though, that their redesign of city roads is guided by a master plan that was approved more than a decade ago. That plan, they say, requires community input, yet many residents insist they never had that input.
The people who are being affected and victimized by these decisions, these arbitrary and capricious spending of dollars, seem to have no voice. We've been ghosted by government.
Ghosted by government, she says. And again, city planners project in 4 more years, bike lanes will cost the city $73 million. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
A Baltimore County high school has launched an investigation into one of its own teachers after a video surfaced showing that teacher smoking an unknown substance with students.
Project Baltimore's Chris Pabbs joining us live this morning with more on the video and the students' response. Good morning, Chris.
Yeah, good morning. So this is something that Fox 45 Project Baltimore first broke on Friday, and this just happened last week. This is a video that was taken in January of 2023. It lay dormant for quite some time, and last week it surfaced at Parkville High School. And what the video shows, and viewers can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com, and take a look at this, is that there is a teacher from Parkville High School. Last name is Spraker. She is at a table with 3 other students from Parkville High School who we are not identifying because at the time and even now they are minors and they are smoking a substance. You can see in the video and judge for yourself what that substance may be. Well, after that video surfaced at Parkville High School, on Tuesday we are told the teacher was working at the school. That was January 2nd, 1 week ago, and she has not been at the school since. We are told by students in the school that there is a long-term sub that is now taking up her classes. She was a social studies teacher at the school, 25 years old, graduate of college, Chatham University in Pittsburgh in Western Pennsylvania. And the school system is looking into this. They're investigating, and we'll be following this to see how they handle it. But it's a very interesting story because this is a teacher who is from that area. We are told by the student that we interviewed that the teacher knows a lot of the kids there. She is the teacher that a lot of the students at the school consider, excuse me, the cool teacher. And there was this video that was made of her smoking a substance with 3 of the students at the school, and we're going to see how Baltimore County Schools handles this situation moving forward.
Chris, you said she wasn't there since January 2nd, but has the school responded to you, particularly on this incident?
Well, there was an email that was put out by Maureen Astorita, who's the principal of Parkville High School. This was on Tuesday of last week, 1 week ago, and it was informing parents that they are looking into a situation of a teacher at the school who was doing something inappropriate with a group of students. We sent the video that we have that is on foxbaltimore.com. We sent that to Baltimore County Public Schools headquarters saying, is this video attached or connected to the email from the principal? So they confirmed that it is. So we know the county is looking into this. We know it's something that they're investigating, and we're just going to have to see how it plays out. Now, generally with personnel issues, we're not going to find out too much. However, we are staying in contact with the students at the school. So if the teacher doesn't come back, you know, we can kind of assume what Baltimore County Schools did with this. But her social media accounts, they've already been taken down. So it seems like there's certainly movement on this issue.
All right, Chris Papps, thank you. We appreciate it.
Well, coming up, the first legislative session of the year set to begin tomorrow. This morning, 2 lawmakers joined us. Well, they joined us to talk about juvenile crime and the debate over the current system. Stay tuned for their comments as their hopes and also their hopes for tomorrow.
Plus, a major storm set to hit the East Coast with high winds and up to 3 inches of rain right here to our region. Stay with us for the very latest weather developments from meteorologist Amy Aronson on this weather alert day. It is 8:40 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
8:42 on this weather alert day. As you plan out, maybe you're traveling or you're commuting this afternoon, things are going to go downhill as the day continues. Rain is just getting started right now. So through the afternoon and the midday hours, we are tracking steady rain, and I think we'll see some issues because of that. But the worst conditions are expected after 4 o'clock. That's when we're tracking the heaviest rain and also the strongest wind gusts. So at that point, be prepared for some tough travel that will actually take us through late tonight. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll take you through a more detailed timeline of this storm and let you know exactly how much rain we're expecting and how high our winds are going to gust. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. Here's a look at the headlines coming up in the next 30 minutes. Well, Apple customers may soon be getting a check from the tech giant. All about the class action lawsuit and how much money may be hitting your inbox.
And a major storm system has swept over the plains, and it's about to hit the East Coast. Coming up next, we have the latest on the inclement weather and the damage it's left in its wake. It's 8:43 now on Fox 45 Morning News. All local.
With juvenile crime at the head of this year's legislative session, Delegate Kathy Szeliga and State Senator Jill Carter joined us this morning to take a look at what is ahead. Senator Carter started off with this series talking about misunderstandings surrounding the current legislation.
So I think that the first thing that we need to do, one, is ensure that everyone actually understands the laws and what can happen. And for example, if you remember at the early part of the summer, there was a lot of false narrative that there was nothing that police could do because of the laws. Their hands were completely tied. Of course, we've seen since then, many things have been done. Many children, for those that think that arrest is the answer, the panacea, there's been many children that have been arrested. The question is, once children find themselves in these situations, what kinds of interventions, programs, services, and other mechanisms for accountability do we have?
Now, she went on to talk about a continued need to hold youth accountable and how she wants to adjust the system in this new session. Meanwhile, Delegate Szeliga did not hold the same faith in the current system.
My bill that would make a mandatory sentence petition for any child that is not eligible for prosecution, I think, is one of the steps in the right direction.
Okay, Delegate Szeliga, I'm going to let you jump in.
Yeah, I disagree. The centers are not working. Child in need of services We are listening to what law enforcement and the prosecutors are telling us. It is the catch and release. These children, the Baltimore County juvenile that was 11 who stole at least 18 cars, was continually released to their parent. There are problems in juvenile services. I agree. They are not doing their job. But the data shows us that children under 13 are committing crimes, and that the state's attorneys and the police are telling us they don't have the tools they need.
While the debate over juvenile crime remains contentious, lawmakers are still set to kick off the legislative session tomorrow. And we'll keep you updated on the discussion in Annapolis and Governor Moore's crime plan, which is set to be announced later today.
From our live center now this morning, a severe weather storm is set to hit the East Coast. Take a look at this. This is actually coming in updated from the National Weather Service here a few hours ago. And as you look at the East Coast here, the northern parts expected to see a lot of rain today. The southern parts expected to see severe thunderstorms, and most of these areas expected to see some flooding. This is part of that same system, guys, that is bringing just blizzard conditions to the Central Plains. As you look at the ongoing blizzard right there that they've got circled. I want to take you live now to Des Moines, Iowa here at this point this morning. You can see a fresh blanket of snow on the ground there. That snow has been falling all morning long. Schools are closed there today as the northern part of the state is under a winter storm warning until 6 p.m. And take a look at this new video coming into our newsroom here. This is from New Mexico. You can see just intense snow whiteout conditions covering the town of Santa Rosa. This was taken just last night, showing the strength of those powerful gusts that whipped through that region there. Some of the largest reported snow totals as of last night, topping 13 inches in parts of Nebraska. And guys, we know this storm is not over yet. It is expected to bring up to 10 inches of snow and possibly whiteout condition to parts of Michigan again today. Not to mention the wind, as we made mention of just a little while ago. Those winds already knocking out power to more than 22,000 people in the greater Houston area. And according to the National Weather Service, at least 2 tornadoes were detected yesterday north of Houston. Some states already preparing for the storm to hit as it now makes its way to the East Coast here today. New Jersey's governor issuing a disaster declaration yesterday. Several schools in Virginia and right here in Maryland are set to close early because of this weather. Take a look at this here. As we look at those early dismissals, we have Anne Arundel closing 2 hours early. Allegheny County Public Schools virtual this morning. There will be no after-school activities in Baltimore County. Calvert and Cecil counties will close 3 hours early. Then that list continues with Charles County closing 2 hours early. Garrett County with a virtual learning day today. Harford and Howard counties closing 3 hours early. And St. Mary's County closing 2 hours early. You can see all of these early closures, guys, scrolling at the bottom of your screen there at foxbaltimore.com here. We want to bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson. We know some parts of our area, Amy, this is western Maryland. Of course, that camera just freezing near Flintstone. They're seeing whiteout conditions already this morning there, that snow falling. Here in our area, just rain, right?
Just rain. But could you imagine if it were snow, how much we'd be tracking? Yeah, but we are just dealing with the heavy rainfall here, not the snow for us. We've got milder air coming in with this system. Actually, 1 to 3 inches of rain on the way for us. River and stream flooding will certainly be possible, along with high winds gusting at 50, 60 miles an hour. That could lead to power outages and also some downed trees. And we're just getting started. It's going to be a long, wet day ahead of us, and a windy one, too. Showers are starting now in central parts of Maryland, everywhere from Cockeysville, Towson, down through Baltimore, actually just heading into Severna Park and Annapolis, too. Light, steady rain to get started. You can barely even see it looking down at the Inner Harbor here, but we do have some light showers getting started there. Close to 40 degrees currently. Winds not too bad at the moment, but these numbers will be ramping up for the second half of the day. And that's when the storm ramps up, too. So I think the morning is the quiet part of the storm. I think things really get going after midday. So the worst of it will come this afternoon after 3 o'clock. That's when we get heavy rain, downpours ongoing for several hours. Actually, the heaviest coming through around 8 o'clock with the actual passage of that storm system and the strongest winds at that point. Even as the rain departs, as high tide is reached tomorrow morning, we'll see additional coastal flooding issues. So I think it's going to be a long 24 hours with this system. Because of that, we're weather alert today all the way through tomorrow morning, really, because of that flood concern. We are looking at high winds, heavy rain, flooding, power outages, downed trees will also be an issue for your drive tomorrow morning in wake of the storm. And then we've got another storm coming in on Friday. So we've got a brief chance to kind of dry out and clean up. And then doesn't this look familiar? Another round of soaking rain pushes through the area Friday afternoon, Friday evening before clearing out of here just in time for the rest of the weekend. So I think showers should last through very, very early Saturday morning. We have a weather alert today because of the high winds and the heavy rain. Tomorrow will be a cleanup day. We'll stay dry through Thursday, but then more rain coming in Friday into Saturday before a speedy little cool down that will take us through the end of the holiday weekend. Remember, you can always scan that QR code you see at the bottom of your 7-day forecast. It's a great day to do it. Just scan it and it's going to take you right to our WBFF weather app, and you can also get all these updates there.
All right, Amy, thank you. Coming up, a high-intensity workout to help you usher in the new year. In our next hour, we have everything you need to know about Lagri Fitness.
And we are weather alert, as Amy was just telling us, because of the heavy rain and the high winds that are going to be rolling through our state. Stay tuned for the latest information and how you can prepare for possible flooding in your area.
But first, we need to get it ready for tonight.
That's right. We got to get some coffee going in the system and just sit back and relax and enjoy a coffee break with us.
Topping your morning business report, Tiger Woods and Nike have reached the 19th green. The legendary golfer announcing he has ended his partnership with the athletic brand on social media. Woods wrote that he was fortunate to work with Nike for 27 years. My goodness, adding, quote, "There will certainly be another chapter." So far, no word on Woods' next partnership and where it might come from.
Well, participants in a class action lawsuit against Apple have finally begun receiving their settlement checks. They're each getting $92 as part of an agreement with Apple, which admitted to slowing down old iPhones in 2017 without notifying their users. The company says this was part of the delivering the best experience for their customers by slowing them down. Apple admitted it reduced the battery life and performance of those iPhones with software upgrades as a way to extend the life of old batteries. The company was hit with class action lawsuits over this practice, ultimately agreeing to pay its customers more than $300 million. That's funny, because my Samsung, you could just switch out batteries when they die out.
Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Your smile is the first thing someone notices when they see you, so you want it to be perfect. For me, I'm a coffee and red wine drinker, so I wanted to make sure that that's not staining my teeth. Well, thanks to the folks at Mint, they have for us today their Instant Purple color correcting toothpaste. It's amazing. So it's purple, and what that purple does is it helps to combat those yellow tones. Not that I ever had any, but it's amazing that you can get instant, long-lasting whitening simply by brushing your teeth. But then you get all the benefits of a really great toothpaste. So it's powered by NHAP, which is a mineral that is helping to get into that enamel and strengthen your teeth. So not only is it strengthening your teeth, it's helping fight plaque, helping with cavities, helping odor. It's really doing a great job while providing instant whitening, which is awesome. It can actually make your teeth 3 shades whiter in just 7 treatments. It's amazing. You notice a difference right away. And I was so thrilled when I was able to brush my teeth simply by putting 2 pumps on my toothbrush, brushing my teeth, and I was on my way to an instantly whiter smile. So right now we have a special offer on Mint. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
We are tracking.
Strong winds and rain could bring flooding to the region. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you how several counties are preparing.
This morning, the governor will unveil his public safety plan for the new year. Coming up, we'll take a look at some of the biggest issues you want addressed.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are taking you live to the Inner Harbor, taking a look at our traffic cameras. Look at Western Maryland there, my goodness. And also our HD Weather Authority radar as we are weather alert today. We are tracking heavy rain with the potential for flooding and strong wind gusts in just a few minutes. In fact, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with how you can prepare for flooding in your area.
Well, good morning to all of you on this Tuesday, January 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Megan Gillen. This morning, we have live team coverage for you to keep you weather alert.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live with how you can prepare for flooding that may be coming to your area.
But we begin with meteorologist Amy Aronson taking a look at the forecast, the timing. We're seeing this giant system bringing snow and lots of rain.
Yeah, lots of rain for us. Snow to the west of here. Higher elevations will get slammed with that, but for us locally, it's going to be an all rain and actually wind event too. So a lot happening today. We've got that flood watch out for the entire region. We could see flooding in low-lying areas, coastal locations close to high tide today and tomorrow morning. So that's issue number 1. And then we've got wind to deal with. We've got a high wind warning for the areas right along the shoreline there. That's where we'll see wind gusts peak close to 60 miles an hour. That could do some damage, bring down some trees, and then a wind advisory for everybody else, meaning wind gusts as high as 50 miles an hour. So here's what this means for the rest of your morning drive. It's raining now, and it's going to continue to rain straight through this afternoon. The heavy stuff will hold off until your commute home this evening. I actually think that's when we see the worst of this storm. Coming up in 10 minutes, I do have an updated look at the timeline of it. I'll take you through that hour by hour and let you know exactly how much rain we're expecting in all of your neighborhoods. Now we're actually going to head over to Olivia Dance. She's been live in Annapolis all morning long looking at how they're preparing for flooding that could fit the area. Good morning, Olivia.
Well, good morning, Amy. You can see on my jacket that the rain is really starting to pick up, and the wind is also picking up here in Annapolis. But the City of Annapolis Office of Emergency Management is monitoring the storm, and they're prepared. Just behind me here, you can see all of the sand. They're actually giving out sandbags to residents and business owners. Businesses can get 10 sandbags, and residents can get 5. And really, a lot of people have been taking advantage of this. We've seen a lot of people come here and pick up these sandbags in preparation for this storm. Probably a good idea because this area is right by the water, and they could see a lot of flooding from this storm. Also, this parking lot that we're in right now, they are asking that anyone that's parked here move their car by today because of the threat for flooding. Now, I also spoke with the Anne Arundel County Office of Emergency Management about their preparations for the storm. Take a listen.
We saw like 2 years ago, we had a peak coastal flooding event where we saw about 4.9 feet of water, and that was it was pretty damaging. And we're looking to probably see about something similar. So we are concerned, but we are upstaffing and coordinating to be able to help our residents kind of prepare for it in advance. But then also, obviously, the staffing and resources are available to help respond if people are out on the roads.
Now, peak flooding is forecasted for around 3 tomorrow morning, but the department is upstaffing to ensure they have crews ready to respond quickly. The preparations aren't just happening in Anne Arundel County, though. Howard County is also preparing for the storm, especially in areas like historic Ellicott City, which has had 3 devastating floods in recent years, the most recent back in 2018. Howard County Executive Calvin Ball says that the county now has 2 flood ponds that can hold 7.5 million gallons of water during weather events. The county also clears out debris to prevent flooding.
We're working very closely with our Office of Emergency Management and our Department of Public Works. While we're not putting out sandbags, we have been working on flood-proofing certain areas and, like I said, clearing out the debris. And frankly, we often, when there is a significant weather event, have an all-hands-on-deck approach.
So not only is flooding a concern, but this storm could also bring high winds. As I mentioned, the wind has already picked up from when we were out here just a few hours ago. And a sign of that is just on the water here. You can see how choppy the water is right here off of Dock Street in Annapolis. But both counties say that they are preparing for these high winds. And they're also reminding residents that if you have any loose objects like trash cans or Christmas lights that you still have up, you want to make sure that those are secure so they don't blow away in this storm. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
You can really hear that wind picking up. Thank you, Olivia. Several area school systems are dismissing early because of today's weather event. Anne Arundel closing 2 hours early. Allegheny County Public Schools, they are virtual here today. There will be no after-school activities in Baltimore County. Calvert and Cecil counties, they are closing 3 hours early. Then we move on to Charles County, closing 2 hours early. Garrett County will have a virtual learning day. Harford and Howard counties, they are closing 3 hours early. St. Mary's County, they're closing 2 hours early, as well as Prince George's County now on that list. In Montgomery County Public Schools, they are closing 2 hours for Prince George's County and then 2.5 hours there for Montgomery County Schools. You can see all of these early closures scrolling at the bottom of your screen right now and at foxbaltimore.com.
All right, let's get a look at what's happening on the roads right now in our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. We are getting reports of an incident in Arbutus that has closed down the inner loop. Wilkins Avenue and Frederick Road is what we're talking about. Emergency crews just moved the vehicle to the side, but that loop was entirely blocked off. Actually, we're getting reports now until just a few minutes ago. It is now back open and people are moving slowly through.
There's been a lack of understanding and education as to the laws, what the responsibilities of their various stakeholders are, the responsibilities of the Department of Juvenile Services, law enforcement, and prosecutors.
You know, with all due respect to my good friend, Senator Carter, I have a bill to repeal the juvenile reform laws and to hold juveniles accountable who are under 13.
Continuing coverage now this morning, the 446th session of the General Assembly kicks off tomorrow, and we know juvenile crime is expected to be one of the major topics this year, and lawmakers remain at odds over the issue.
Now, this comes as we are learning that the first homicide victim this year in Baltimore is a 16-year-old boy. And now his mother is channeling her grief into a fight for justice.
Nothing I talk about not going to bring my son back. I'm not going to see that pretty smile. I'm not going to see that again.
We have live team coverage this morning on the juvenile crime crisis, including the investigation into that 16-year-old's death.
Meantime, today, Governor Wes Moore will unveil his juvenile crime policy. Juvenile crime again expected to be the central focus inside the legislature as we hear from police and prosecutors saying the laws in place are leaving their hands tied.
We've got Shannon Lilly joining us live with the concerns that some have about the governor's support of the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, Vincent Schiraldi. Shannon.
Yeah, so we know, Patrice and Megan, that there is certainly mounting pressure from the community on both the governor and Secretary Schiraldi when it comes to juvenile crime. Many want policy change. They want to see young people being held accountable. And in just a couple of hours now, we will hear from the governor on his plan for 2024 when it comes to that crime fight. So let's take a look at the plan and some information about this press conference that's set for 11 a.m. It's happening at the State House in Annapolis. Governor Moore is expected to roll out his plan to address juvenile crime and public safety statewide in the new year. This is all coming ahead of the legislative session, which begins tomorrow. DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi will be standing with the governor today, and Schiraldi continues to face criticism over the growing issue of juvenile crime in Maryland and a sense of little to no accountability. That frustration was on full display during a late December town hall here in Baltimore City. Let's take a listen to that.
I think there's a lot more accountability he needs to answer to.
Do you think that he understands the problem that is going on?
No, he doesn't. And he doesn't have to understand because it doesn't affect him directly. It's a paycheck to him.
What do you want to hear from the secretary about what's going on?
His resignation. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but I just don't think he gets it.
We needed to get a reformer, a person with a history of reforming systems inside of that seat.
So as you just heard, despite the criticism and concern, Governor Moore is standing by his pick to lead DJS, Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, and he calls him a reformer. In the meantime, again, we expect to learn more about the plan to keep you safe for public safety in 2024 in just 2 hours at that press conference in Annapolis that starts at 11. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Join Fox 45 News for a Your Voice, Your Future State's Attorney Roundtable tomorrow. Top prosecutors Ivan Bates, Aisha Braveboy, Scott Schellenberger, and Rich Gibson will join us to discuss their legislative priorities for session 2024. That roundtable starts at 7 p.m. and you can watch it live on foxbaltimore.com.
Well, continuing coverage this morning, we're learning that Baltimore's first homicide victim of the year, as we've said, is just 16 years old. And this morning, that teen's mother is speaking exclusively with Fox 45 News about the city's juvenile crime crisis.
We have Taylor Stewart joining us live in studio with more on that investigation. Taylor.
That's right. Police are looking for the shooter here as they investigate the first murder of the year. We're talking about Noah Gibson, just 16 years old. He was killed over the holiday break. Now, we spoke with the Carver vocational student's mother, Chantrice Gibson. Investigators now saying they found Noah shot in an alley on Gorman Avenue near West Baltimore Street. This was after they responded to a shot scatter alert around 2 a.m. on January 2nd. A neighbor's back alley camera picks up the sound of about a half dozen gunshots. Take a look.
My main thing is why. When children are doing something wrong, you don't have to pull out a gun. You know, there's other ways of handling situations instead of handling it how way that you feel like you want to handle it.
Now, Gibson says her son's not perfect. He's been under the supervision of the Department of Juvenile Services, but Noah still deserves justice. Gibson says as investigators look for the shooter, she's urging people to come forward who have information that can help homicide detectives solve this case. That number there is on the bottom of your screen. But in the meantime, we'll be closely monitoring the upcoming debates from Annapolis. That's the latest here. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Taxpayers paying millions for installing bike lanes that many don't even want. We're going to hear from concerned residents later in this hour. And as we enter the dog days of winter, a health expert joins us to discuss how you can protect yourself and your family from surging illnesses. 9/11, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Today, former President Trump said he will face Special Prosecutor Jack Smith in a D.C. courtroom over the 2020 election case.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live from Capitol Hill with more on this. Kayla.
Yeah, good morning. So Donald Trump will attend oral arguments today for the election interference case in D.C. Now, this is an appeals court hearing on whether or not presidential immunity applies to this case. He's not required to attend the hearing. Defendants rarely attend these types of hearings, but he will be here in Washington anyways. He's using this appearance to drum up attention and support before the Iowa caucus. Jack Smith, the special prosecutor on the case, argues that following Trump's logic, any president would then be allowed to commit crimes like bribery, murder, and treason while in office without consequences. So this case could eventually reach the Supreme Court. The High Court has already agreed to hear another one of Donald Trump's cases about whether he can appear on the ballot in Colorado. The state court there ruled Trump violated the 14th Amendment's insurrection clause on January 6th.
Kayla, meanwhile, there's a lot of fallout still happening over Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin failing to inform the President Biden of his hospital stay, where he had to transfer power to his second in command. And some are saying that that calls for consequences, maybe even impeachment.
Yeah, Patrice, so today Montana Congressman Matt Rosendale plans to introduce articles of impeachment against Austin for compromising the chain of command. Democrat and Republican leaders of the House Armed Services Committee already released a joint statement calling for concrete consequences for how the situation was handled. Austin went into the hospital on Monday, January 1st, transferred power to his number 2 on Tuesday, but no one at the Pentagon told the White House until late Thursday. So that's the problem. This is pretty serious. The defense secretary secretary is second in command only to the president when it comes to making military decisions. Right now, there is a precarious situation with rising tensions in the Middle East, and two of America's close allies, Israel and Ukraine, are at war. National Security spokesman John Kirby did say yesterday on Air Force One that there was no plans to replace Secretary Austin, but later in the day Monday, both the White House and the Pentagon said they were investigating this concerning lack of transparency. Megan, Patrice.
Very interesting. Kayla Gaskins live from Washington. Thank you.
Well, it's 9:17, and we need to get another look at why we are weather alert today.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson timing this out for us.
Yeah, a couple of problems today. Heavy rain, strong winds, but then also coastal flooding. It could actually be the worst flooding we see in about 2 years. Last time we saw a situation like this was back in late October 2021, so it's been quite some time. Here's a look at our high tide times today and tomorrow morning. This is when we could see some flooding in these spots, of course. So, for example, in Baltimore today, shortly after 5 p.m. We are expecting tides to be about 4 feet above average, and that will cause some flooding in the typical locations that tend to see it. And already the rain is moving in. So this is just the start of this system. We've got that steady light rain coming down now in pretty much all locations. Looks damp and dreary down at the Inner Harbor, rain being reported there. Heavy rain as we head through the second half of the day, and that's what's going to lead to that significant flooding threat. And then very strong winds too. We could see winds gusts as high as 50, 60 miles an hour in some spots. And this is the weather maker to blame for all of that. It's actually causing severe weather in the south, snow in the Midwest and the northern plains, and for us, it's going to be a heavy rain and strong wind event. Already the rain is rushing in, and it's going to continue pretty much all day today. So a steady rain from here on out. Looks like the heavier stuff will hold off until this afternoon. I think 3, 4 o'clock, we get some heavy pockets of rain pushing through our area, and then downpours right around 8, 9 o'clock tonight. That's the tail end of it. So we'll end with very heavy rain and very strong winds at that point. Although the rain moves out of here overnight, tomorrow morning, we could see some lingering coastal flood issues near high tide. Still a lot of high water in place. So remember, issues will continue through tomorrow morning. We could also see some down trees because of the strong winds. Here's a look at how much rain we're expecting. 1 to 3 inches in some spots. So a lot of rain on top of a saturated ground. And then this. Here's a look at our forecasted wind gusts. As you can see, winds really ramp up during the second half of the day. We've got that high wind warning for shoreline locations as winds peak close to 60 miles an hour. That could certainly do some damage. It's not until early tomorrow morning that these numbers will come back down, and they're a bit more reasonable. So by tomorrow morning, winds are back closer to gusting close to 20, 30 miles an hour as we head through the morning tomorrow. So today, a lot of issues. Number one, steady rain, soaking rain all day long, downpours late this afternoon and this evening. Still mild, but it's going to be windy out there, especially tonight as that storm rolls through. Not wrapping up until late tonight, close to midnight, I think it gets out of here. So because of all that, we're under weather alert today. The system will clear out tomorrow morning, but remember, we could encounter some lingering issues for your morning drive. Briefly, a quiet day on Thursday because more rain showing up Friday into early Saturday before a speedy little cool down there by the end of the holiday weekend. Back to you.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
We are in the thick of winter, and it feels like everyone is getting sick. New numbers from the CDC are showing low vaccination rates against the flu, against COVID, and RSV. Joining us live this morning to talk about the big three diseases sweeping through, expert in infectious diseases of the University of Maryland Medical Center, Dr. Greg Schrank. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Megan. Thanks for having me.
My first question for you, I had no idea there was a vaccine for RSV now.
That's right. There's actually, there are multiple vaccines targeting RSV that are newly approved this year by the FDA. One is really intended for older adults and those with medical conditions that pose a vulnerable risk to them. And then another is for pregnant individuals and also very young newborns.
That's what I was going to say. You always hear the young and the old with RSV. We talked about low vaccination numbers. Why do you think that is? Do you think it's because we went through that COVID storm and everyone was worried and kind of putting their guard down?
That's a great question. I think that there's a number of reasons for it. Some of it may have to do with the fact that there was such an emphasis on COVID vaccination and boosting so frequently that there's just some fatigue that's lingering coming off of the pandemic. But what I think is clear and important for people to know is that flu and RSV that were sort of tucked away while COVID was surging, is now they're back, and we're seeing really all three circulating quite a bit in the community.
Looking at COVID here, if we did get the original shots and then the booster, do you still need to get the vaccine? Is that important?
I think everybody's risk is a little bit different, and it's important to communicate with your provider to understand what your risk is. Older adults remain at risk for severe outcomes due to COVID, those with severe medical conditions or immunocompromised conditions. And so those are the people that we really want to focus on getting a booster.
Finally, flu vaccines. Is the vaccine showing to be the strain that's circulating right now? Because we're seeing a lot of people with it.
Yeah, great question. And it's something that we're still measuring, but right now it seems like flu A, the H1N1 strain that's been around since 2009, is our current predominant variant, and that is contained in the flu vaccine this year.
And I can't let you go without asking, can you get the vaccine for all three in one sitting?
It's been shown to be very safe and effective to get COVID and flu at the same time. It probably is worthwhile just spacing out RSV at least a few days, maybe a week or two.
Okay. Rapid fire there. Thank you so much for answering all of those. Hopefully that helps some of you out there wondering what to do and when.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
We are weather alert today. We're tracking high winds and heavy rain. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is breaking it all down for you. Make sure you stay with us.
And we're at the zoo this morning. We're going to learn some new information. Now, you've heard of hibernation. Have you heard of torpor? Not torpor, torpor. We'll talk about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Lions, tigers, and bears. And Mark Clark. Well, we know that the bears hibernate in the winter, but what animals can we see in the wintertime?
Mark Clark is live at the Maryland Zoo with all the cold weather changes. Mark.
That's right, guys, and I learned a new term this morning. Now, we heard about hibernation, you mentioned that. Torpor. Not twerker, Patrice. Torpor.
Torpor.
So Jenny is here with us with Mosi.
Mosi, yep.
And so you said Mosi may be in the torpor or no?
Yeah, not quite. So Mosi is called a lesser Madagascar tenrec.
Okay.
So these animals are found on the island of Madagascar. There's many different kinds of them, and they all look very vastly different. So he has the ability to go into what's called a torpor. And that means that he really slows down, he stops eating, he stops really using the bathroom. He'll occasionally wake up for a worm or two because they're insectivores, but mostly he's just going to be asleep.
And that sounds like my habits on Sunday before I get ready for work. Wait a minute. Now, you say it's like hibernation, but not as extreme.
Yeah, so not as extreme. So they do definitely slow down. They're sleeping a lot more often, but they are mostly just asleep. They're doing what we wish we were doing.
Well,
all the
Jenny,
time.
you surprised me because you said, you know, I think bears are always known to hibernate.
Yeah.
But you said actually bears sometimes are in torpor.
They sometimes are, so they'll sometimes wake up. Our bears here are mostly asleep. They will occasionally wake up and maybe have a snack, go to the bathroom, and do things that they need to do, but it's a very short period of time.
Me at work.
Yes.
Again, we can get all this information. You can find out what animals are out and about and what animals are put away for the winter. Go to the website. What's the website?
MarylandZoo.org.
That's right.
So you can check out our winter hours and all that.
See, guys, so now we know what torpor is.
Pretty cool.
Yes, torpor. We got it. All right, thanks, Mark.
We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Strong winds and rain could bring flooding to the region. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you how the city of Annapolis is preparing.
The debate over bike lanes continues in the city. Just how many millions of dollars the city wants to spend to construct more of them. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Taking a live look over the Inner Harbor. We've got our traffic cameras there. You can see Olivia Dance out in Annapolis this morning monitoring those conditions. We are tracking heavy rain with the potential for flooding and strong wind gusts here today.
Well, welcome back to all of you on this messy Tuesday. 9:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We've seen a number of schools announcing that they're going to be releasing early. Carroll County now added to the list, releasing 2 hours early as we prepare for this.
Let's see what all the fuss is about and why these schools are letting out early. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here with the forecast and the timing. That's what's the big thing here.
Yeah, timing is key today. There's a lot of things happening. A big storm is coming into our region, sending us not only heavy rain all day long, but we're also tracking some really strong wind gusts. So it's a powerful storm system. Right now, it's just the beginning of it. Just some light, steady rain right now, not a big deal. But I think the worst of it is going to come this evening. So it's a good thing that schools are dismissing early today, because come 4, 5 o'clock, I think things are going to get dicey out there. We'll be having heavy rain at that point, along with winds gusting up to 50, even 60 miles an hour in some locations. So flooding, one concern today, but also down trees, and that could create some travel issues both tonight and actually lingering tomorrow morning too. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I've got an updated look at the timeline of this weather maker. I'll take you through that hour by hour. Also let you know exactly how much rain we're expecting today. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Amy, thank you. Let's get over to Olivia Dance now. She is live in Annapolis with how they are preparing for flooding, and flooding is known in that area. Olivia.
Yeah, Patrice, it certainly is. And the rain is already here. The wind is also picking up as well. But the City of Annapolis Office of Emergency Management is monitoring this storm, and they're prepared. Behind me here, they are handing out sandbags to residents and business owners. This area is right by the water, so definitely a good idea with those sandbags, because they could see a lot of flooding from this storm. Now, residents can get up to 5 sandbags and businesses can pick up 10. We spoke with one business owner who says they're closing early today, and he came to get some of those sandbags.
Just a few, you know, kind of like prepare a little bit. It never actually really gets crazy, but this seemed like they were pushing it a little more, like towards the Isabel, kind of like 5 foot.
Now, peak flooding is forecasted for around 3 tomorrow morning, but the City of Annapolis Office of Emergency Management is up staffing to ensure they have crews ready to respond quickly. A 5-foot tide would be the 3rd highest in Annapolis history since the 1930s, and a tide of 4.8 is expected tomorrow morning.
City of Annapolis, we're expecting 4.8 to 5 feet above average. So to put that in perspective, our pumps that we have here, they're typically good for up to 3.4 to 3.6 above average. So we're definitely going to see some significant flooding here.
And not only is flooding a concern, but this storm could also bring high winds. I mentioned that the wind is already picking up here, and a sign of that is just how choppy the water here on the Annapolis waterfront is starting to get. That has gotten significantly more choppy since just a few hours ago. Now, they're also preparing for that high wind as well as the flooding, and they're reminding residents to just secure any loose objects that you may have. So trash cans, maybe Christmas lights that you still haven't taken down, just make sure that those are secure so that they don't go flying in the wind. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Let's go ahead and look at our Len Stoller traffic network here. As you can see, the rain, it is beginning to fall out there on the roadways, getting messy out there. No major incidents to report here, but we're seeing cars starting to slow down as a result of that. We're going to keep you updated as this storm continues to roll through. Be careful.
Continuing coverage this morning, there are more questions about Baltimore's bike lane plan as engineers and residents argue the city is falling short in its background research.
Baltimore's bike lane initiative comes with a price tag of about $73 million.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with some of the concerns surrounding the plan and its implementation. Shannon.
Yeah, so Patrice and Megan, you probably see them as you're driving into work. Bike lanes like the ones here on South President Street can be seen really all across the city. But now there are glaring questions about the research being used to justify the development of more bike lanes in certain areas. In fact, transportation officials actually admit that they are just beginning to count exactly how many bikers are actually biking in Baltimore.
We did get a grant where we have installed some bike counters in certain locations. Beyond the bike counters, I don't know that we have actual data.
If we are basing millions of dollars on a plan that is supposed to be moving forward into communities, we need to have that data readily available and available to the council people.
So those issues were brought up at a recent city council meeting. Meanwhile, look at this. On this stretch of Harford Road, drivers are backed up after the city eliminated 2 lanes of traffic and instead installed 2 lanes for bikes. Transportation officials insist their redesign of city roads is guided by a master plan that was approved more than a decade ago. That plan, they say, requires community input, yet some residents insist they never had any.
The people who are being affected and victimized by these decisions, these arbitrary and capricious spending of dollars, seem to have no voice. We've been ghosted by government.
Ghosted by government, she says. And again, city planners project in 4 more years, bike lanes will cost the city $73 million. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. There's also frustration over bike lanes in Baltimore County. The County Planning Commission is deciding whether to add 70 miles of new bike lanes, including between York Road and Charles Street in Towson. Some residents say that would be a problem area because of the high traffic.
Would you ride a bike on this road?
Nah, I won't even let my kids ride a bike.
As a resident, I just don't know how much use actual bikers would get out of them. I think you need to get the data first from the bikers and say, are you using these roads? You know, is this the route you would even take?
Planning Commission is set to vote on that proposal later this month.
Coming up, after a college football championship win, could Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh make his way to the DMV? More ahead in our Live Center.
And it's going to be a wet and extremely windy day. When you can get out before our next weather maker hits, meteorologist Amy Aronson tells you in her full forecast this weather alert day. It is 7:38 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. So we know the Washington Commanders coaching job is now up for grabs. And there are rumors swirling this morning that Ravens coach John Harbaugh could have some family moving to the area.
Who started this rumor? Let's get over to Tom Rogers.
Everybody.
In our live center.
Right.
There you go.
Potential candidate.
And even before the job was up for grabs, people were talking about it.
Right, because the Commanders are the ones that started. They're the ones that sent out stuff. We're talking about a day ago. Fresh off a college national championship game just last night, Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh is said to be one of the potential candidates to become the head coach of the Washington Commanders. Flip the M for the W, right? Well, a possible bro battle of the Beltways brewing. Keep in mind, Jim is said to be a highly sought-after candidate all across the NFL. Again, his team won the college national championship with an asterisk just last night, overpowering the Washington Huskies 34-13. So when asked right after the win last night, what is next? He replied, I just want to enjoy this. I hope that you give me that. Can a guy have that? Does it always have to be what's next? What's the future? Well, coming to D.C. would bring Jim closer to his brother, John Harbaugh, right here in Baltimore. We'll see if that has any pull in the situation. Nice hug right there. Also on the list of potential candidates, Ravens defensive coordinator Mike Macdonald, associate head coach Anthony Weaver, Raheem Morris, the Rams defensive coordinator, and former secondary coach in Washington also are on that short list. Head coach will tell, though, if that brings another Harbaugh to the area. Remember the last time the Harbaughs faced each other in the NFL? Ravens got a ring. That's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice.
Yeah, the Super Bro. I remember that.
The lights went out and everything.
Oh, that's right. Start the new year off right now, putting your fitness first. After the break, we are getting after it with a brand new workout from Bodycore, the new fitness center opening in Perry Hall.
And Paw Patrol Live is coming to Baltimore. After the break, find out when and where you can bring your little ones to the popular show. 9:43, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. $9:45. If you like Pilates, you're going to love Legree. And now you can give it a try at Bodycore. Joining us this morning is the founder of Bodycore, Amaris Umbarger, and she's here to talk about the benefits, what it is, and of course, how you can try it. Good morning.
Good morning, Patrice.
Okay, so Bodycore is your new studio.
Yes.
And what happens at Body Corps with this? With this?
Yes. So Body Corps offers a method called the Legree method.
Okay.
It focuses on using low impact, but gives you a high intensity workout, focusing on core, muscular strength, endurance training, and you also get cardio because we move from one exercise to the other.
Okay.
We limit those transitions, so you get the benefit of having a boot camp style, circuit style workout, but totally safe. Great on the joints.
Okay.
You will sweat. You will shake. You will be sore the next
And
day,
you
but in a
will look
good
like
way.
this and be in great and wonderful shape. So we come to Body Corps, and you and your instructors will take us through these workouts.
Yes, absolutely. So this is actually a microformer, which is a Legree patented machine that's used at home, but there are multiple studios that use it worldwide.
Okay.
At our studio, we use a Miniformer Pro, which is slightly wider, longer, but this machine, for the purpose of demo, is usable as well at home and in the studio.
Okay, so we talk about a total body. So give me a couple of examples. Show me a couple of things that show me what I'm getting.
Yeah, so we do all the typical moves that you would do at a gym, like lunges, and we do planks, a lot of isometric holds. One example is a lunge.
Okay.
So using the machine, and again, I want to talk about the springs because it's located here, and that's what keeps you from moving back and forth and also helps you with the resistance, right? So you're fighting against the resistance.
Okay.
So I'm going to demonstrate a elevator lunge, which is done at the front of the platform.
Okay.
So standing at the front of the platform, we want to step on the front platform. We want to place our leg right on that platform. Our feet are going to be placed nice and secure on the front, and on the carriage, our left foot is going to have our feet at our heels high. We want to start lunging by bending down in that golden angle.
And that's the part you can adjust. That you can adjust how hard that resistance is and so forth. Show me one core exercise real quick. We're out of time, but show me a core because that's what we all want to work on.
Yeah. So this is a classic.
I did this in the commercial and I felt it.
You want to keep your hips nice and secure, nice and straight, not moving. You're going to move that carriage out. As soon as you do that, you're going to feel that shake. You're going to feel that core fire up, and then you want to slowly bring in that carriage right before your wrists get to your shoulders.
Amaris, where is your studio? How do people get to you?
So we are located in Perry Hall, Maryland, right off of Bel Air Road. You can find us on bodycorps.com.
Okay.
We have a full schedule, but you can also get more information about our classes.
I'll be there. I'll be there. My personal instructor here. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
You, me, all the moms, dads out there, we got to get our workout in now because the kids are coming home early. Several area school systems are dismissing early on this weather alert day. Anne Arundel closing 2 hours early. Allegheny County schools, they are virtual today. And new this morning, Baltimore County schools, they are now closing 3 hours early. Calvert closing 3 hours early. Carroll County schools closing 2 hours early. That news just coming in about 10-20 minutes ago. Cecil County schools, they are now closing 3 hours early. Charles County, 2 hours early. Frederick County schools, another addition to this list, 3 hours early. Garrett County schools, they are virtual today. And then we have Harford County schools closing 3 hours early today. The list continues here, guys. Howard closing 3 hours early. Montgomery County, they are closing 2.5 hours early. Prince George's County schools, 2 hours early. And then St. Mary's County schools, again, 2 hours early. These closures, guys, they are updating live. They're scrolling at the bottom of your screen and at FOX45.com. Parents, take a look. This is important as our days have now significantly changed. Let's bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson. It's a weather alert day, Amy. Amy, you're timing this out. We're seeing the rain already falling. What's the peak of this?
Yeah, I think it's later this afternoon. Tom just told me Baltimore City also canceled all after-school activities today, and that makes sense because that's when it's going to be the worst. The heaviest rain, the strongest winds at that point. Right now, we're just starting off with this light, steady rain pretty much everywhere. That's the green you're seeing here on the radar. Some moderate rain just north of Westminster right now, heading towards Manchester. Road conditions are going to deteriorate as the day continues. Rain picking up this afternoon, moderate to heavy rain as we head through this evening and through late tonight. So that's when we see the strongest winds and the heaviest rain. Already you can see some raindrops accumulating on the camera lens here, looking down at the Inner Harbor. That's just the start of what's going to be a very nasty and wet day. Low 40s to begin. Winds coming in out of the east already at 11 miles an hour. That number is also going to ramp up. So let's talk timing. From here on out, it's going to be raining. I think we get some moderate to heavy rain coming in a couple of batches. First this afternoon, 3, 4 o'clock, and then the second, the heaviest and the strongest late tonight between 8 and 9 o'clock. Heavy rain, really strong winds at that point. Even as this system lifts out of here, I think we've still got some lingering coastal flooding that will take us through tomorrow morning, and then down trees and power outages will be continued concerns. Lots of threats on the board here. Number one, we've got strong winds. Heavy rain will also be an issue, flooding and then power outages. Main concerns for these late tonight through very early tomorrow morning. And that's not the only weather maker this week. We catch a brief break, but then another system coming on Friday. This one will also send us some rain showers, actually some gusty rain showers, making their way through Friday afternoon and Friday evening before clearing out of here early Saturday. So a quick look at what this means in the days ahead with your full forecast here. We are looking at a weather alert today because of the high winds and the heavy rain. Quiet for a couple of days, but then another storm system Friday to Saturday before a speedy cool down. We'll take a look ahead at your full 10-day forecast in just a couple of minutes.
All paws on deck. X marks the spot at the Hippodrome for Paw Patrol Live, the Great Pirate Adventure, and tickets are on sale. Joining us this morning, live spokesperson Wesley Harmon to tell us about Tales of the Sea. Wesley, good morning. When is this happening?
Good morning. We are rolling into Baltimore January 26th, 27th, and 28th.
And I mean, I think every kid in America loves this show right now, but even adults can enjoy this.
Absolutely. Our show was written with kids age 2 to 6 in mind, but we really like to say it's for kids of all ages because it kind of transcends age. It's just a really good time.
And all the pups are there. Tell us about the adventure they're going on.
Yes, all the pups are there. So in Paw Patrol Live, the Great Pirate Adventure, it's Pirate Day in Adventure Bay, and the Paw Patrol are on a mission to save Captain Turbot, who has fallen down into a deep cavern. But while they're down there, they discover a treasure map to a long-lost pirate treasure. So they go on an adventure to try and find the treasure before anyone else can.
I love it. And this is bringing their favorite pets, their favorite pups to life.
Yes, our show features the 6 main Paw Patrol pups. We also see appearances from, of course, Ryder, Mayor Goodway, Mayor Humdinger, Chickaletta, and even a special appearance by Tracker, the search and rescue dog.
Yay! Oh, Tracker's one of my favorites there. And I would think kids are going crazy. Any singing that we can be part of?
Absolutely. It is a full musical theater production, and we encourage kids to get up, dance, sing along with us.
Awesome.
We know it's hard for kids to stay seated for a whole performance, so we encourage them to help us solve the puzzles and help us solve this mission.
Wesley, we will be there on the double. Hippodrome later this month. Tickets on sale now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's 9:54 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. We'll be back with the 10-day forecast.